money making money, money making money, money making money, money, money making money, manifest, making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. I ain't stressed, making money, money making money, money making money, money making money. Gratitude is my attitude. I'm making money moves. Jewelry in the safe, piggy bank on full. And I'm living life abundant. I'm making money fast. I'm a money making magnet, making cold hard cash. I'm making money. Oh, I am blessed.
All right. Okay. What's up, Eric? How you doing?
I'm doing all right. How you doing? How you?
All right. So first, hold on. Let me.
I'm getting a lot of feedback.
Okay. All right. So. Okay. Let me get all the sound together. Yeah, I can hear.
Yeah, it's echoing.
Yeah, that's because you gotta hang up the phone.
Huh?
You gotta hang up the phone.
Hang the phone up.
Well, no, hold on. Hang up. All right, hang up the phone call that you're on with me.
Okay. I was like, hang up. I'm ready. That's right.
Okay. But okay, you can hear me on the internal ones. Okay.
I come from the suburbs of what used to be the suburbs, but I come from the suburbs of Shreveport, Louisiana, and it was a bad choice that I made by one having a firearm at the age of 15 and 16, because we didn't need firearms in the suburbs. You know, there was no gang problem, no gangs. I didn't grow up with gangs. They had bullies, but they were bullies with a polo shirt on or something like that. It wasn't anything like you have today or you've had in the last 30 years. And it was a situation in which me and my friend, we kept having altercations. And it was one summer, I'll never forget it. Matter of fact, it was like July 23rd, 1986. I was 16 years old. I was a sophomore, headed to be a junior, and it happened so fast. That particular day, I had after that pressure of me pulling that trigger, I had to become a man overnight. Things changed in my life tremendously, So I shot him with a 22, and he panicked and ran about a block and passed out, and he passed away. And I ended up getting 5 years manslaughter. That led me to going to one of the worst prisons in almost the world, or the United States. I went to Angola State Penitentiary. So, like I said, I had to become a man. Everything changed in my life at a blink of an eye. There was no crying. There was no, I need mom, dad, none of that. You know what I'm saying? I had to go to prison, and so I ended up going to Angola prison and using Angola prison like a university, meaning, just learning all different types of things,
Wait, hold on. What is Angola prison? What's the difference between Angola prison and the other prison?
Okay, well, Angola prison, Louisiana State Penitentiary was once a slave. It was a slave plantation in the state of Louisiana. It's down in the mountains of the and swamp, close to the Mississippi River. It was a plantation. It's huge. It's a city within a city. So it was very, very, very dangerous. Very, very dangerous. It was compared to Alcatraz and some of your more famous prisons. A lot of movies. They made a lot of movies at this prison in Angola.
So did they make you like?
That's why they call it Angola, because of something dealing with the slaves or whatever. But yeah,
well, Angola's in Africa. I don't know why they called it. But, so here's the question: did they make you pick cotton? Because I know in Texas TDC they make you pick cotton when you.
Yes, we pick cotton. They had all white men on horses. We picked corn. We picked everything that we ate. It was a plantation. You were forced to call him boss man, or boss sir, or free man, whole bunch of slave names, but yeah, free man, things of that nature.
So in essence, slavery still exists. It's just in the prison system, 100%, right?
Most definitely, particularly in the South, in the South, in the South, the states in the South, definitely. Mississippi, Parchman, in Alabama. I think they even have chain gangs in Georgia.
Okay, so I wanted you to continue to talk about that. I just wanted to clear up for the audience what Angola is and what that represents.
Yes, it's one of the most notorious prisons. It was a very, very, very dangerous prison. By the time I got there in the 80s, it was kind of watered down. I got there in 88. I was sentenced to 5 years flat, which I think I may have got a break. I did get a break because it was a life taken. So I got 5 years, and then I went through the transformation of just learning prison. You know what I'm saying? Just learning the different things about prison. The do's, the don'ts. Like I said, it was a city within a city. It wasn't like you wasn't confined in a cell. At this point, you wasn't confined in a cell. While I was there, I was confined to a cell for 2 years for a riot that I was in. They had a riot, and my dumb ass, I was listening to some of the other convicts, talk about the trustees they bucked, they protest about making the injection table, and they was like, yeah, that's wrong, that's wrong, we ain't gonna do that, we ain't gonna stand for that, and I'm young, so I'm like, yeah, that ain't right, you know what I'm saying? My naive ass, I'm like, nah, that ain't right, and so they was like, when we go out, we ain't gonna work. So I had never been in a slave revolt or anything, but I'm like, okay, I'm with this shit, like, okay, like they say, standing on business. So I was like, okay. And man, when that European came on that horse, they came on them horses, like who ain't gonna work? And everybody was just still, like nobody said nothing. It might have been like 5 guys threw their shovels down. And I just thought I was doing the right thing. I was like, man, that's wrong. I'm not, I ain't with that. It wasn't that I was being an asshole or trying to be militant. I threw my shovel down, and man, they took us through some shit. I mean, for me to be young, I really experienced. Now that I look at it, and when I look back at it, I understand a lot. Which we're going to be talking about things that's not real versus things that's real, and and people what they talk. What's the word? Sensationalizing, revolutionaries and these things. But anyway, yeah, I ended up going to one of the worst parts of the prison, which is Camp J. So I was in Camp J for.
Is that considered like the hole or something like that?
Yeah, that's the worst of the holes. There's so many different layers of the hole, but Camp J is the bottom of the pit. The bottom of the pit. That's where you have most of all the people that's back there. That's kill guards, kill inmates, rape inmates. They've done some of the most horrific things. So when you go back there, all you smell is feces, because that's what they war with. They make zip guns. They make they make guns, and they war with feces by throwing feces out the gate, out of the cell, onto inmates or onto guards and things of that nature. You know what I'm saying?
So that's like mental illness, right? Do you think that the reason why they would do that is because of mental illness, because they've been in
definitely they couldn't cope. They couldn't cope with the just being. They couldn't cope with being on the compound which is on the main yard. They call it the big yard, main yard, whatever. But they couldn't cope, and they just lost it. And being in those cells, some of those guys have been back there like 20 years. They had two famous guys.
Wait, in the hole for 20 years straight, or just back and forth?
No, in a whole 20 years straight. They had some people been down 20 years straight. They had some guys who had been back there who been back.
Can you explain the conditions of the hole? Because I'm like, everybody don't know what the hole really is.
The hole would be the size of your bathroom. Just imagine being in I'm talking not the new bathrooms with the garden tub and the two sinks. No, I'm talking about the old bathrooms where you have a toilet, and just a little bed on the side. It's kind of like what you see in some of the old movies of what prison was. Like you see the prisons of Alcatraz, and you see those old cells like Shawshank Redemption. That would be the hole.
So is there like light coming through there, or just zero?
They have a light in the hallway that may work or may not work. I actually learned how to type. I got my mother sent me a typewriter. I learned how to type under those conditions. But they had a lot of people that went going with the whole, get along thing, and I'm gonna go work in the field. That was back there. But from being back there, a lot of people were mentally gone. I seen one man. I learned how to play chess in the hole. I had a guy who was in a cell next to me. Now we lock down 24 hours a day. You don't go to a kitchen. Everything, you just in this one spot. So this one guy, he was like a lawyer or whatever, and he had been back there like 10 years, and he was good at law work. So he the one who told me about getting a typewriter. I taught myself how to type. He taught me how to play chess back there. And we play chess by numbers and letters because there's no contact. The only contact there is when you have an hour out for shower. When you come out of your cell to walk up, there's maybe 15 cells on a range, and you have to walk up the hallway to go up to the shower, and that's where a lot of war was going on. Because when you walk up the aisle, they may have taken a paper clip and sharpen it down and put it in their feces, burn it, and then took a magazine and made a hollow type of thing and spit it out, blew it out where it hits you like a dart, almost like a bullet. And it had feces or whatever, magic shave, or they may have the shampoo bottle and they have the feces and magic shave and urine and old milk, and they might heat it up. There's ways that you can heat things up. You could do anything. You've seen it on YouTube. You've seen it on Facebook.
I don't think I have never heard of that. That is insane. That they're making like tribe level darts using magazines and shooting them out and hitting people probably with accuracy. And it's
accuracy. Pressure. You have people. Man, I remember one time I was back there, and you get an hour out. You used to get an hour out in the hallway one at a time, and you run. The only exercise you're gonna get is to run up and down the hallway. You want to do that for 55 minutes, and then you got 5 minutes to take a shower. Then you back into your cell for another 24 hours. So I remember this one guy. I'll never forget this. There was this guy named Outlaw, and he had dreads. And this was in the 80s. So back in the 80s, you didn't have fashion dreads. The way they do this was matted. This was what they call wicks, or like in Jamaica. There was no fashion. There was none of that stuff. But this guy, his name was Outlaw. So, and I began to talk to Outlaw because I was studying a lot of Black Panther material. I ran into Jama, which is the Black Gorilla family. So I was more interested in that whole thing. And he would tell me stories of things that happened back in 72, 71, because these were some of the people that was.
What time frame was this that you were in the hole? Was that in the 80s or 90s?
That was in the 80s.
And you were like a teenager.
I was 18, 19, 20.
In the hole with people that have been there for 20 years because you said, I don't want to do this. And just because you put your shovel down, it
wasn't violent. I put my shovel down like I'm not going to do this. And that's the worst thing that you could do in a prison. That's the worst that you can do in a prison when it comes to the administration besides, assaulting one of them. You know what I'm saying? It's to be the type of person that say you're not going to do it, because if everybody does that, then
Prison
you know,
riot.
there's either prison riot, there's a revolt. I mean, then you can actually change some shit. You know what I'm saying? But they're gonna make a example, just like back in slavery. You know, when one person ran, you know, they didn't just bring him back and give him some greens and cornbread. You know, they hung them, they tarred and feathered them, they did did all these different things. You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's conditioned. You know, people are. I always said it's like in prison this is crazy. In prison, I've been in some of the worst prisons in I've been to federal prison in Lompoc, which is on a military base. I've been in Atwater, USP Atwater. All these are maximum security federal prisons. Leavenworth, Atlanta, maximum security. And you have some of the most notorious prisoners.
How do you end up in all these other prisons though? Like how do you...
So we're gonna get to how I end up in those other prisons.
Okay. Are they shipping you around like to go
No,
here?
but what I'm trying to talk about is how they condition the prisoners. Some of the most notorious prisons in the state are in this prison, and then some of your most sick Hannibal Lecter like prisoners are in they're in what they call the hole in Camp J. You understand?
Yeah. So what's it called? Angola wasn't the worst hole.
Well, Angola hole, the hole which they call Camp J, was one of the worst places you want to be. If you go through and make it through Camp J, by the time you get to the main prison, you got stripes if you made it through there.
So how long did you stay in the hole for that particular offense where you dropped down
about 20 I stayed in there for about 25 or 26 months, 2 years.
Man, why was I thinking that you're gonna say 26 days? What?
No. I mean, you actually find yourself, you fight and struggle to maintain some type of sanity, because everybody's holding conversations with themselves in their cell. And you hear regular conversations. You hear regular conversations. The guy's having a conversation with his wife, and they're arguing, and he's either reacting, re-reacting to abuse. I told you, didn't I tell you to go in there? And I told, it's like that. So imagine I'm a young kid. I got a flat top. Dude, I got a flat top. I'm brown skinned, no hair, no facial hairs. You know what I'm saying? I probably was about 100 and maybe 30 pounds, 140 pounds. You know what I'm saying? I knew what I had to do to be in the prison now. I knew that, in Rome, you do as Romans, meaning that, if I had to kill, then that's what it was to stay alive. You know what I'm saying? So once I psyched myself up in my mind that, okay, whatever comes to me, this is how I'm going to react to it, and that's how it was. But I mean, there's several conversations. People are having conversations with themselves. It's not quiet back in the hole. No, it's not quiet.
Even at night, so like sleeping and stuff like that. How do you sleep?
No, I mean, you can't monitor what the next psycho. You can't monitor what they're saying or what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy.
You know what's kind of scary is that a lot of people get out, right? So you got out, but and you got out with your mind straight. But imagine these women are dating these guys and not knowing that they might be traumatized by being in there for so long, and then they get in. But that's gonna be, we'll get into that later on. But that is something else. I never even thought about that. Wow. So wow. So you went into the hole, and there was a bunch of people in there for 20 years, and this, that, the other. They're shooting darts out with feces on it. You got to run. You want to exercise, but you got to run past.
You want to run. For the most part, I was a youngster. These were older guys. These guys been down a long time. So once I started seeing some guys run, that was part of their programming. So I started doing that. I started learning how to run. And then it was a challenge for me to be able to run the whole 50 minutes. To just keep running the whole 50 minutes. And I kind of stayed further away from a cell, so can't nobody reach out and grab me, or maybe hit me in the face with some feces or something. Try not to talk to people. Try not to just have no type of interaction with nobody to give them a reason to go off or something. And if they did say something crazy, I'm like, okay, I'm definitely not finna get in an argument with your crazy ass. I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna lay low and not say anything, and hopefully one of the other crazy guys will interact with you. And I'm not going to do it. You know what I'm saying? Because it was just insane to me. You know what I'm saying?
So you made it out the hole. All right. So once you made it out the hole, right now you've been traumatized. You went into the hole probably not as traumatized, but now you come out traumatized. And now
I went in the hole. That's right. I went in the hole, not really understanding what was going on. But after coming out of the hole, after coming out of this place called Camp J, I realized that shit was serious. You understand what I'm saying? Definitely didn't want to go back. And I understood why some of these big guys, some of the the guys that's working out in the iron pile, they look like big Tukey with the big muscles, and I understood why they didn't want to go back there. You know what I'm saying? Because there was a place to break your spirit. It was a place to break your spirit. So being out in prison, that was kind of like almost like freedom. You know what I'm saying? But it wasn't freedom. So what I did was I got out, and I did kind of was like a celebrity a little bit, because they was like, man, they called me. I had a nickname. They called me Teenager. So they was like, man, Teenager, he just come from Camp J. And they looking at me like, damn, and he out here, and he, you know what I'm saying? So I went off into getting off into the drama club, learning how to act, dealing with drama, poetry, things of that nature. I had a friend who was my best, was like my mentor. His name was Wally Moo. He passed away. He was a Black Panther, and he was in a wheelchair. So he was a real famous guy out in New Orleans. That he was a Black Panther out of the Ninth Ward. They had this big war against the government out of the Ninth Ward projects, the Desire projects in New Orleans back in the early '70s, and he was part of that. He was a bank robber or whatever, but he was kind of like the scholar of the prison. Like he would be somebody like Ben Yakin, he would be somebody like he was a scholar or whatever. And he was an older man, white beard, white hair. So he was kind of like my mentor. So he basically, used to just whisper in my ear. I mean, when I say whisper in my ear, I mean, because he's in a wheelchair, of course I got to squat down, or I had to be sitting down and listen to the stories that he was telling me about the Black Panther Party and about things that we needed to do. You telling me about politics, some things that I had no idea. I'm from Shreveport. They country as hell in Shreveport. It was country then and they country now. You know what I'm saying? So the things that he was telling me about, Karl Marx, George Jackson, Jonathan Jackson, coming from out of Shreveport, come on, they weren't even talking about Malcolm X. I mean, you understand what I'm saying? So,
right.
He was my mentor. So being that he was my mentor, I became like a apprentice, kind of, so to say. And now that I look at it, I became indoctrinized, because he told me some things. The things that he told me, they was up here. He would tell me things.
You're 18 years old, so you're very impressionable at the same time.
Yeah, and he was a very respected. To be in a wheelchair, he was very, very Micey. You're not from Louisiana if you don't know who Micey is. Micey was like a Huey P. Newton. As a matter of fact, for people who know anything about anything revolutionary, he was friends with Mark Exit. If you Google Mark Exit, Mark was a guy who was in the movement, who took over Howard and Johnson in New Orleans. He was a sniper, and he killed I think the not the chief of police. He killed like the chief of the fire department. I think when the chief or something come out of the precinct, he was shot in the head from all the way down somewhere else because of how high Howard and Johnson set. Mark Exit is Mark Exit was more of a successful, like the guy in Dallas, Malik. Mark Exit was more successful than what that brother tried to do. But anyway, and he used to tell me things like, he was like, man, they got gangs where you from? And I said, well, when I left the street, they had no gangs. When I went to school, I went to a Catholic school. I went to, everybody dressed preppy. Everybody was, like preppy. You didn't have any Bloods and Crips. You didn't have any of these, you didn't have none of that. So when he was telling me that, I was like, what? He said, yeah. Because he kept up with stuff, and he told me, and he was like, they're initiating these guys. They're initiating them by having somebody ride around with the lights out. And if you blink your lights to tell them that your lights is out, then the people that they're initiating would drive double back and come and shoot your car up and kill you.
I remember that. I remember like when it was like a whole thing, like do not, like if you hear somebody blinking your lights, do not, like, yeah.
So he was telling me about that. And he was like, man, when you get out, you need to let them know, man, that instead of tearing the community up by selling crack, and he gave me, I'm gonna use the word, he gave me the dynamics, the game on dealing with bank robbery. Now I wasn't in there for bank robbery, but I'm listening to these stories that he told me.
At 18 years old, as a young man, and he's like a revolutionary, but then you're
Exactly.
respecting him as a revolutionary.
Mm-hmm. He was he was no doubt he was a revolutionary. He's tried and tested. He was amongst some of the other brothers like Matula Shakur, Sekola, Huey P. Newton, Geronimo Pratt.
So was he an ex-Black Panther?
He was not. He was a Black Panther. He wasn't an ex-Black Panther, but he was a Black Panther.
So he's a Black Panther, and he's teaching a young 18-year-old boy that just got out of like segregation and like the whole about robbing banks before you get out of jail.
Yeah, well, it has some logic to it a little bit. I mean, like, he just basically was saying, hey, instead of them selling crack, they need to go in these banks. These banks are insured by FDIC. There's no security, and if there is security, it's one person. They could go in. The chances of a person selling crack to get $100 or $200 or $300,000.
Right, little to nothing. Right, you had to like work your behind off to get that. Right.
They're like penny ante hustlers almost kind of.
He like bump that. We need to tell all these people that's doing it to go ahead and start robbing these banks, which is pretty much what they did in the Western times back in the old days. They used to rob banks. Like that's why you get like the cowboy stories. A lot of the cowboy stories were like when they would say wanted, it was like Black cowboys that were robbing the white banks.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, like they actually have movies about that. Yeah.
Yeah, so he would just tell me, he was like, hey man, if they need something to do, because these dudes, these guys were terrorizing the community all around the United States. Think about it, like all around you can't name a state, Detroit, Chicago. They were terrorizing. When gangs, some cities already had gangs, but where I was from definitely didn't have gangs.
So real quick, so you went in, what year you go in, like 80?
I was in 86 is when the incident happened, and when I turned 18 is when I got transferred and sent to prison.
Right. So
1988.
Crack was just kind of hitting around that time, 85.
Yeah, well, it was hit, but it didn't hit. It hadn't hit this where I was from at that time. In the city of New Orleans, it's heroin. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, hold on for a second. Hold on for a second.
No problem. Man, you guys are hearing some this is some serious content, you guys. I want you guys to interact with us. I want you guys to ask questions, because like there's not too many times you get to hear a person that went into jail at 18 years old, went into the hole, was there for like what, 5 months or 26 months. No, he said 26 months. That's almost 2 years. Jesus Christ. Comes out, gets taught by a Black Panther, and they're trying to control the narrative of what's going on in the streets, because he's getting the word back about what's happening in the streets, because the crack epidemic is starting. Now, this person does not know what that CIA is involved, anything. He's just thinking that the gangs are like doing this and they're acting like this. He's not understanding that there's a whole product on the market that's making them behave this way, right? So he gets you to say, okay, rather than doing this, you need to be doing that. They're just being penny ante drug dealers. He's not even understanding that it's being millions of dollars being made in this thing, right?
Yeah. I think he did understand that he did understand the profit. He did understand COINTELPRO, because that was one of the first things that I learned. As a teenager, I learned COINTELPRO. We had study groups that broke down, and we broke it down about how it's done. We had study groups that dealt with how to destroy an organization, based on having agent traits. You can have agent traits by being a person that when you come into the study group, or when you come into the group, by always saying, bucking everything that the leader is saying, or trying to turn everybody against the leader, like divide and conquer. Sometimes you could be an agent and not be an agent. You're just a troublemaker. You're just an instigator, and you destroy the organization. So we had study groups, man, that talked about that type of stuff. I think more so he was basically. Hold
on. Wait, the jail would allow you guys to have. So you're in prison.
No, what they didn't allow. You would end up in the hole if you caught. what we did was they would have people that had classrooms as though they're tutoring you, and you had certain people who was off into Black nationalism, Pan-Africanism, or whatever, who would come in the classroom. And so they would act as though they were tutoring, but in fact it was kind of like back during slavery, how they act like they having Sunday school out in the woods, and then they trying to figure out how to escape, kind of like that.
Wow. So you went through basically training from a Black Panther. I mean, you're really getting like what most people would wish for, like especially like people out here.
Well, yes and no. I mean, yes and no. I think we're going to talk about that later on. But we're going to talk about people who try to, they think it's a fad, they think it's a trend. So yeah. These are some of the people. You got to realize that J. Edgar Hoover, when they tried to put their foot on the Panthers' neck, it was the late '60s and the early '70s. So these brothers, some of these, and it wasn't that many. You might have had 10 out of 5,000 inmates. You know what I'm saying? Just like it is today. Most people are not.
Was the Nation of Islam really prevalent in that jail too, or prison? Sorry,
no, they didn't have the Nation of Islam, but they did have the Sunni Muslims. But at the same time, everybody was controlled. If you were on the compound, you were controlled. So you're gonna do what Master say do, or you're gonna end up back there with a shit throwing and the darts and talking to yourself and all that type of stuff.
Have you heard of like the Melonics? You ever heard of these people called the Melonics? And I had a friend of mine. He was arrested for a robbery, but he might have been there a little bit before you were. But he was about the same age. I think everybody kind of like at that, like in the around 85, went to jail for some stuff, right? Like these young guys, right? And he was telling me, but there's a group called the Melonics, and then they would like extort you. Like if they found out that you were doing something about like with drugs or whatever, that they would extort you for your money, and then like almost like make your family have to keep sending them money and all this stuff like this.
Nah, they wasn't doing that back then that I knew of.
Okay, so I don't want to get too, but I just wonder if you like knew about those. So all right, so let's go forward. So you get out of jail, or is there anything else you want to cover about when you were in jail and you were getting trained by this?
Yeah. Well, so basically, he when he told me, when I got ready to get out, I went home and I got a job working at a car dealership. At the age of 23, I got a car working at a car dealership. But I knew guys who were hustling. I knew guys who were in gangs, and it was really, really bad. People were dying. And I did go to some guys. I'll never forget one time. These 3 guys, they were well known in the area where I'm from, and they were plotting to do a kick door. They was gonna kick door, do some kidnapping or whatever to rob some drug dealers. And I went in there and I told them, I overheard the conversation. I was like, look, man, you ain't got to do that. You know what I'm saying? What about this? And I was like, what about? And I told him, I was like, man, listen, those guys that y'all initiating, why don't y'all have them to go in the bank? If they go in the bank, I give you everything. We could train them or whatever. They go in the bank, they get the money, then they're in the game. If they get caught, they don't tell, then they're in the game. That would be a good initiation. That's what I'm thinking. My logic was like, it was kind of twisted. You got to realize I was young or whatever. But I thought I had a good idea besides, kicking the door down and, kidnapping, somebody's child or, their girlfriend, holding them with a gun in their mouth and making them tell where the money is at in the safe and all that type of stuff.
And that's really against your own brother, right? And, you're doing this against your own brother. Why would you?
Yeah, well, you're doing it against. Yeah, you're doing it against the. They don't know that's their brother. I mean, they're all about money. You got to think about the early '90s, the late '80s. You got crews or whatever. But my point is, and they looked at me. I never forget this. They looked at me like, hold on for a minute, hold on.
Man, this is a very interesting story. Listen, if you like the content, please put a 1 in the chat. Also, any questions you guys might have. This you don't really get to talk to a person that have been through this before. And that's why I wanted to bring this to the channel, because I mean, you know, you don't get to like actually hear about a person who has direct contact with a person from the Panthers and this, that, the other, and been in prison with them, and actually with the inside understanding about the prison, what's going on there, you know. And also as women, you might be dating a person that been in a hole, and you get the bucking up in him, and he might be kind of crazy. You know what I'm saying? Because he done been in a hole, he done been, you know, traumatized. You know, so yeah. Okay, go ahead. Hello?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So where were we? Hello, can you hear me?
You said you were talking about the guys and about how they should do this, that, the other, and
Yeah, and they looked at me and they said, bruh, them white folks gonna put you up under the jail. Can you imagine that? Now they're plotting to kidnap a child, kidnap a girlfriend.
anything could go wrong, right?
They're plotting to do this, but I'm telling them about a bank, and they're saying the white man is gonna put me up under the jail. This is what I'm talking about being controlled.
Right. So they would rather bust into a drug dealer's house, and their kids and family might just happen to be there, and they're willing to kill their own, well, not even their own, just kill the family, whatever, and so actually do murder, which is going to be underneath the jail anyway.
They was doing that they was doing it all over the United States. Philadelphia, New York, Chicago, Detroit. This is what they were doing in the early 90s. I mean, if you name some of your most notorious crews across the country, it was no brother thing. It was, yeah, they were ruthless.
Trust me, I know a person that used to do that. That's why I like learn the story about the Melonics. So he used to bust in there and do this, that, the other, and yeah. And what happened is that he had a friend of his that kind of like was trigger happy and ended up shooting somebody, and the next thing you know, like, you know, this, that, the other happened. You know what I'm saying? So.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, they were controlled. And when I saw that, I was like, oh, you niggas really, yeah, I may be fucked up, but you niggas really fucked up. You know, you're gonna do that over going to the bank? It's like, imagine this. Imagine us being these ferocious dogs in the backyard, and our master is coming out with the food, and they put it in the bowl, and we're like, we going to war with each other for the food that's been put in the bowl. What I'm saying, I'm that dog that was saying, hey, the food is coming out the house.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, the food is coming out the
house. And they was like, you crazy as hell for that.
And they was like, man, you crazy. They was like, man, a white folks gonna put you on. What's wrong with you? And I remember it because they all are dead. And, you know, rest in peace to them. They're dead. I end up going to prison. I end up going to federal prison because I actually became a bank robber. That was my profession. I traveled all over the United States robbing banks.
So you did it more than one time. Wow.
Oh no, yeah, I did it. Yeah, several times, several times. It was a way of life. I was really good at it, actually.
Listen, this is the stuff that you only see in movies. You know what I'm saying? So you was a real, like, what they show in the movies and this, that, the other, you were really doing it.
See, the thing about me is that, although it was, you know, looking back at it, it was the most dumbest thing ever. You know, very irrational when it comes to thinking. But, you know, after I got my feet wet, it was like, I had no fear. You know what I'm saying? And I lived a high, my way of life was very expensive because, you know, I wasn't working for the money. So, you know, it was nothing for me to, you know, to blow 200,000, you know, 100,000 in a week. Well, not really a week, but say, you know, I shouldn't be able to blow that amount of money in 90 days, sometimes 90 days, 6 months. Didn't have enough sense to start a business because I was young. Didn't have enough. I wasn't around those type of people to even assist me in starting a business. So all I did was travel. All my friends were in prison because they were in gangs and they were killing people and doing them regular stuff to each other. I decided that I would move to Atlanta. I moved to Atlanta. I got married, but I still was robbing banks while I was living in Atlanta. You know, so, you know.
Did you know that you were robbing banks, or was it like a secret like lifestyle that you were just doing and she just didn't?
Who? My wife?
Yeah.
Well, it came a time where she realized what was going on. Nobody else knew. The people in the town that I lived in thought I was a drug dealer because I had all the nice cars. I would come uh, come back in town with convertibles, this and that and this and that, or you know um, I was paying $3,000 for a shirt, trying to was Versace and just all type of crazy shit, just blowing my money. Not to mention, strip clubs. Like I said, I lived in Atlanta. This is during the time of Jack the Rapper. This is during the beginning times of Freaknik. It was just like we're talking 93, 94. You know what I'm saying? So had a Jaguar. I mean, I would go and just buy cars. Didn't have no sense of a value of money.
So you're pretty much like probably how much money would you say you blew through during that time frame?
I blew through probably about $500,000.
So, all right. So you're saying you were robbing banks and everything. Were you doing it on your own, or did you have people with you?
I eventually, okay. In the beginning, I had two other young guys who I was able to convince to drive for me or something like that, and then they decided that they knew what they was doing and they went off on their own and did some shit and they ended up getting caught. So then when they did get caught, they tried to debrief on me and tell the people like, hey, well, he's the person that told us about this shit. He's not the person that actually robbed the bank, but he did tell us about it. So they put me in on their little conspiracy, and I went to a trial. It was like a 19-count conspiracy. I went to trial in Dallas back in '95 during the time of the not the World Trade Center, but the Oklahoma bombing. I'll never forget it because they wanted to stop them from picking the jurors, and went to trial and actually beat it.
Probably
you don't beat federal, especially a bank robbery. But the thing was, they robbed a credit union and they actually told the people that I was with them. So the people think, okay, yeah, we got it. So they told the people that I was with them to make it more juicier to try to help themselves. And then when they did bring me in and try me, it was the particular day that they robbed the bank. I was going to where you used to go and what was the place? Remember you used to go to the places and you used to send money back and forth? Like you could go and cash checks and stuff like that.
A check cashing place?
Check cashing place. But you could also send money. You could send money across country. So I was actually picking up some money at the time that they actually robbed this credit union. So they don't know this. They don't know that I'm in Norcross, Georgia, picking up some money. They're robbing a bank down in Mesquite, some damn where in Dallas. And they told the people that he came in there with us. And so when I went to trial, it came out that no, he couldn't have been in two places at one time. So all the other information that y'all gave them, my lawyer was able to show it. If you believe this when they were lying, then you can't believe nothing else they said, right? Well, I was fortunate enough to actually beat the feds. 1995. What district would that be? I don't know what district it, but it was in Dallas, Texas.
That's like hysteric, right? That's the 30.
Huh?
I think that's like the 36th district court or whatever, something like
yes,
that.
The federal, but it was federal. It was federal. So, but anyway, so I beat it. So you would have thought that I would have stopped robbing banks. You would have thought that I would have stopped robbing banks, but I was good. I was real good. I wasn't getting caught. They just picked up on, a little information. It's like, we don't need this nigga now. We can do this shit ourselves. We ain't got to break it in 3 ways. So let's just go and do our own shit. Well, okay, so they end up going to prison. The one guy ended up telling on all of us. He ended up getting maybe 8 years, 5 years. The other guy, the youngest guy, he ended up getting 30 years. Okay, so I ended up beating it. I ended up coming home, still robbing banks. Not really understanding, what's really going on in my head. I'm like, man, why are you still robbing these damn people banks? And I still was doing it. I still was going state to state. And it wasn't until 96 that I went in the wrong damn credit union. And that was the end of my bank robbery sprees. And I ended up going to federal. I ended up going to maximum security USP Atlanta. Time I get there, I run into Matula Shakur, who became
wait. So what made you get caught this last time?
not get off into details. So I used to always rob banks when it's raining or it just started raining because I knew that the police wouldn't be able to respond that fast. So I'm in Dallas, and I wasn't it wasn't so I was in Dallas, and it was pouring down raining. So I said, yeah, it's time. That's my sign that it's meant for me to do it. So I'm going down. I don't know what interstate that I was going to, but I ended up at this credit union, and when I went in as planned and got all the money, and I was coming out the door, it stopped raining. It was just the sun was just shining when I came out, and I was like, oh shit. And by the time I made my little route, jumped in the truck, but I got about 5 blocks and I seen the ghetto bird. So if it would have been raining, the ghetto bird wouldn't have been able to get there in time. But on this particular day, it was meant for me for this madness to stop.
Wow, that's
yeah. It was in, and then I ended.
Right. She said, "Damn, you work with the weather."
Yeah. Well, I've always been a spiritual person. I'm a spiritual man, and I just always felt like, okay, I'm looking for signs. Like if it's I would look for any little thing that was out of place, I would turn around because I didn't. And that's the crazy thing. I didn't have to do it. Like I wasn't,
You had money, right? You had already saved up.
Yeah, I had money. I had brand new vehicles. I had jewelry. I was living. I could tell you stories of. I don't want to name famous people because somebody might see this, send this to somebody. But man, I know I was amongst some of the most famous people going to these parties. Man, like I said, I don't want to name anybody, but from the West Coast to the East Coast. You know what I'm saying? And that's one of the reasons how we're going to get to that. But that's one of the reasons how I end up getting introduced to the lifestyle. But we'll talk about that further up in the story. But I didn't need to do it. I did not need to do it. I would, when you rob a bank, you can live off that money for 2 to 3 years.
It became an addiction for you.
It was addiction. I mean, I was good.
They say the same thing about like dealing drugs is that once you like get into that like lifestyle, you get like addicted to like the money of it all.
Yeah, and you got to realize too now, we passed the point to, I didn't believe in nobody pimping me. You know what I'm saying? And there was a lot of situations in which when I first did a bank, I robbed a bank for $80,000 and I got $5,000, and the money was supposed to be going. It was supposed to be going to the movement. I don't know where it went. I just know I got $8,000. But at the end of the day, I was like, you know what? It's a lot of pimping going on. You know what I'm saying? I mean, from being in the nation, I used to be in the Nation of Islam. I forgot to tell you about that. So I was selling papers, and I used to get a dime on every dollar. And the brothers like that was on post were like, I'm like, man, I just got out of jail. I need a job. I need a real job. Like I'm making a dime on a dollar. Those brothers that work out on the corner with the bow ties, them brothers be hustling. They gotta sell papers to see some money. The majority of that money is going to the headquarters. It's going to Chicago.
Right. So that they have to respect that these people are honest enough to like send that money over there, or is like what?
What's the question?
So these guys have so much respect that they're not gonna slight the nation. Like they say, okay, well.
Yeah, because they got so many papers. It's like when you was a kid, you sold the cookies and the candy bars. So you got so many papers and you got so much money. Okay, if I give you 48 papers, then you should come back with. You understand what I'm saying? So, but anyway, yeah, I was doing that, and I was like, really, and I was like, damn, and when the brother's situation happened, I got $5,000 out of $80,000, and I was like, nah, I might as well sell papers. Like it's a lot of pimping going on.
So basically, so you got caught, right? So what happened after you got caught? Did you go straight to?
I go to federal prison. I go to USP Atlanta. I was in USP Atlanta up there with Akbar Prey, Matula Shakur, some of the big Nikki, not Nikki Barnes, but Nikki Scarfo, I think is his name. Just a whole bunch of gangsters. From New York from Brooklyn to Queens to you name it. But you got to realize I go in with the mindset of a cub. You know, I was in Angola. Remember, my mentor was a Panther. So when I go back into prison, it's back into that mode. I'm getting right back into uniform.
How old were you then when you got arrested for robbing all the banks?
26, 27,
So from 18 to
23.
you got that charge, and then from
And then
free, and then you went
from
right.
26 to 41.
Okay, so now you're back into federal prison, and what I'm seeing here is that, like, so it's almost like the prison. You know, they always say that you learn how to be a better whatever it is in prison because you're around other people that are doing XYZ, and they teach you how to be better at it. Is that
Yeah? Well, if you're a person that master a craft, then yes. Not everybody master the craft. I mean, but if you're a person that master the craft, you're going to figure out ways to beat the system.
So how was federal prison? How'd that go? So you're in federal prison with some of the biggest people known to man, and you're going in there for what you did. So I mean,
federal prison for me was a learning experience. I did the same thing I did in Angola. I used it as not everybody do what I did, but what I did was I studied under every religion. I studied under the Muslims, the nation, the Sunnis, the Moors, the Rastas, Scientology, even the Native Americans. I did it, and people were like, "Man, you don't know what you want to do. You confused. You confused." They would say, "I'm confused." I knew I wasn't confused. I just was using the time, you know, to make my time go by. But I was in my mind, I'm in college. So each place that I went in with whatever book that I went in, I was studying it. You know what I'm saying? And then it got to the point to where it's okay. Certain ones was you couldn't do that. So I had to kind of like back up. Like they were like, "Oh, brother, we want you to in the ranks." I'm like, nah, I'm good. I'm good. I don't want to do that. But I did so. But what I did was I studied under Matula Shakur. He taught me more. Once him and the guy Maisi, who I told you, Wally Mu, which means teacher, him and they were friends. They were part of the New Republic of Africa. Only people that knows this language, the words that I'm using, they kind of gonna know what I'm talking about. But they were part.
But here's the question. Wait. Before we get into that, how long were you sentenced for robbing the bank?
Well, I was sentenced to 121 months, and then I got re-indicted, and and then I got sentenced to 90 months on top of the 121 months.
How many years is that?
15 years. I mean, with the good time and all, it was like 15 years. The 121 months was 10 years. It was like 90 months added on to that, something like that.
So how was that being in federal prison? You got into it with you began to like make alliances and allegiances. Was this like the thing when you went in this time? Was that the thing that that changed your life, or were you taught more how to be a better person?
Yeah, I was taught more. I was taught more how to be a criminal because then I started getting offered to extortion. So I started extorting child molesters, what they call chobos. I started extorting child molesters. I was getting a lot of money in prison doing that. Selling drugs in prison. Well, not really selling drugs because I smoke weed, so I mostly bought drugs or whatever. I bought weed whenever we could find it or wherever we could get it. But it wasn't until after 10 years, my mother came to visit me. My mom came to visit me one time. She flew to visit me, and she said, if you could do it all over again, would you do it? I think it was about 5 years. And I was like, hell yeah. Because the shit that I did, I never would have been able to do. Shit I experienced, the people that I was around, all of this fake shit that I didn't realize was fake. And I was like, hell yeah, I would have did it. I still had pictures, so I had my photo album. So when I go off into, in prison, if you got your photo album, you're not just talking, you know what I'm saying? So I'm showing pictures with, Left Eye and all these different people, Andre Rison, and we up in Atlanta, and I'm in with all these different people, all these different people. Hanging out at different people's mansions in Houston and Sugar Land, and all these different places. But so I said, hell no. I said, hell yeah. No, I don't regret it. Yeah, I'd do it again. That was 5 years. After 10 years, she asked me the same question. And when she asked me the same question, I told her no. Because now I'm starting to see people die in prison. When I said die, I mean getting killed. The federal maximum security is around the United States is one of the most vicious prison systems.
Worse than what you went through in the hole.
they were worse from the standpoint of politics and just being stabbed, not from a psychological standpoint. Because see, if those people would have been in federal prison, they would have been in some type of psychiatric. They would have been in a ward or something. They would have been, at a hospital. Like Camp J was. These people should have been in a hospital.
So, so what kind of like psychological games do they play in the federal prison that didn't happen in the other prisons? What do you think? What really worked on your psyche there?
Well, the politics. Politics could be. I could be the leader today, and then tomorrow, the people that I lead and look up to me, they could just turn on me and just smash me, and then now I'm looked at as a victim. The riots, being in the riots, if you say like I'm gonna get a visit, like I was doing the pen pal thing, so I'm always trying to find me a woman or something to come visit me or whatever. So I got a visit coming, and next thing you know, it's a riot. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna be locked down. It's just you gotta have then you got the racial tension. And you talk about racial tension. The white gangs are more vicious and more dangerous than any black gang in this country. They're malicious. They study. They know pressure points. They know what to do. So most black people are not trying to go to war with the white boys.
Really? So those gangs are worse than any other gang in prison. But you only hear about like the Bloods and the Crips and
Nah. The blood. It's so bad to where the blacks have to stick together when there's a racial war. They have to stick together. They're gonna have more numbers, but they're not gonna kill you because in prison everybody want to come home. Sorry about that. Somebody just called me. You still there?
Yeah, we're still here.
Okay. So the white boys are trained to kill. We just want to fight. We want to jump somebody. We might stab somebody, but for the most part, the white boy is gonna kill you. He's gonna kill you.
So you have a question. Did any of the prison guards do anything like to like hide the crime and like kill people and things like that and then hit the crimes?
No. In federal prison, most of the prison guards. Now out west in California, when I was in California, you had Mexicans who had Serrano or Mexican mafia tattoos. So that they were connected. So now we understand why the Mexicans had real life Bowie, the knives that you buy from the store. They had these knives because the guards would bring it to them. We would have to make a shank. We would have to make something, you know what I'm saying? But they had real life butcher knives. California is way different. The politics is way stronger and thicker.
Put your phone on do not disturb so it doesn't do that. So just put your phone on do not disturb real quick.
I don't even know how to. Yeah, I don't know how to do it. I have a new iPhone 14. I just got it yesterday, so I don't know how to do it.
So were you still married at the second time of your imprisonment?
I was married. I thought I was married, but no, yeah, I was married.
Okay, so was this a turning point in your life when you went in there for 15 years and you got to like see how things were going, you're doing whatever, and then you like end up leaving from there and like living your life, or did you go back again, or was
I never went back. The turning point was building up as I was seeing the things that was around me, like fake shit, shit that just, like for instance, the worst thing that you could be in a maximum security prison is a rat. Well, if you had money, then the strong crews would protect you. So how is the worst thing you could be is a rat? If you was a child molester, if you fucked a child and you had money, then
you could buy protection.
So, but how is that, it's not the worst thing then. Then you would see guys who were like well-known gangsters, been down 20 years. And then all of a sudden you go to their cell and they're not there. And they went back to court and they're talking about old murders that happened back in 1978 or 1984. Like it taught me that everybody have a breaking point. Like what I'm saying, a lot of people will.
You would see people break down, like what they think they're about to get out.
No, I mean you know about what's his name out of DC? what's his name?
The Muslim guy that was shooting everybody?
No, the dude who was the big dude who was doing the time at Alpo, man. I mean, Edmund, I can't think his name. But what I'm saying is you will be around these thorough dudes, and then who knows what man is gonna do? Like, who knows what man is gonna do? You don't know what a man's gonna do when he wake up and how he's feeling his day. You know what I'm saying? So I started seeing that shit, and I was like, man, this shit's crazy. Another thing is just contradictions. We are around all these notorious people, and I promise God, Genesis, I promise you, a woman that may look just like you would say, y'all go to bed. Shut up. I mean it. I could name some of them. I just don't like name dropping, but people who from the Bronx, from Harlem, from Chicago. I mean, board members. When I say board members, people right up under Larry Hoover. Somebody like you or my mom is telling them what to do. When I say telling them what to do, disrespectfully. And you look at that shit, and you be like, okay, like, why we just can't unite and take over the prison? I mean, we don't have to do 5 or 6 life sentences. I only have 15 years, but I'm still looking at this shit like, man, what? You know what I'm saying?
And didn't it kind of pigeonhole you and begin to like bring you out amongst all the prisoners that were there? Didn't it like kind of like focus on you at some point, because what you did was really like more extreme than what the other ones did?
Okay, so there was a situation where I was at this one prison, and they kept sending me to the psych. They kept sending me to the psych, and I wanted to go too because there was interns, and I liked the intern, so I would go. So then when I would go to the I asked her, I said, why? No, she asked me. She said, why they got you on here? You crazy or something? Why they got you on this list? I said, I don't know. And she said, well, I'm gonna find out next week. I'm gonna find out. Next week, she put me back on there, and she said, it's because you're a bank robber. They want to know why you was robbing them white folks' banks. So I was like, well, all these dudes down there that was part of these different crime crews all over the United States, who you see like on American Gangster, they not on there. The guys that were selling crack, they not on there.
But because the nature of
because of the nature of my crime, they wanted to know why would a black man? Because she said it. She said black men are not. There's a low percent that robs banks. Bank robbery is mostly white guys rob banks. Mostly white guys rob banks.
Do you think that by putting the reason why they put you in the no, because the hole was the murder charge, not the bank. So have you ever been in the hole because of the bank?
I've been in the hole several times. Been in different prisons, been in different prison riots and stuff. Been in the hole several times, but not that long. And then the hole in the Fed is totally different than the conditions in the state. But yeah. So they were trying to figure out, like, when you have people who. And I told her the same thing I kind of told you. I'm like, wait a minute. If everybody's out to get money, mind you, this shit is crazy to think like this, the way I was thinking, because I don't think like that now. But I'm just like, if everybody's out to get money, you talking about the early 90s. You remember everybody was out to get money? Remember Get Rich or Die Trying?
Yeah.
Okay, so
bitches get money. So this you had that was your soundtrack in that time. Like,
yeah. So if
get money,
case,
you just.
If that's the case, why? If you want to get money, then why not go to the bank? I know.
Now we know why not to go to the bank, because that was a whole 15-year sentence you had to.
But think about it. Compared to the majority that stood on the corner and got in these trap houses and destroyed the community. Think about that. You're looking at it from a different lens.
Well, no, I get what you're saying. I'm just saying.
Think about it. So. Every major city, crack came out. They were selling this crack, and why y'all still crack? Oh man, because I want to be able to afford a car. I got this Mercedes Benz. The AMG car. I got that, blah blah. When you see all these documentaries and all this type of stuff, yeah, they got the fur on and blah blah blah. Think about it. All over America, you would rather sell this product than have the mindset was like, well, damn, all the money is in the bank.
Well, it's not anymore because they didn't figure it out. Yeah, it's a whole new thing right now. You can't go to the bank and rob and get nothing.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't think the banks even hold more than like $2,000 a piece. You know what I'm saying?
No, that's not true. I mean, if that's the case, how are you able to people go to the same bank account and check? That's crazy. Listen, what I'm saying is that why not study people who kill for colors? Why not study, the people who have multiple charges of selling drugs? Why?
They want to study you because they're like, we want to make sure this don't happen again. Like,
yeah, well, because at the end of the day, it means that you're not scared of the white man. I mean, not the white man. I didn't mean to say the white man, but it means that you can go from 0 to 100 and not being afraid. You can be dangerous when you're not afraid. You know what I'm saying?
And that's where it gets into mental health, right? So
yeah, you can be dangerous. You can, in which they think this when you're not afraid. Okay, but you take these other guys. They're not afraid of nobody black. They're not afraid to sell crack. But like the guy said, if you go in the bank, they're gonna put you under the jail. They're gonna, master gonna let us sell dope, but you can't do that. Think about that. You can't do that. There's just some things that you know how you see things dealing with the police, and you wonder why. Okay, damn, all this is, you wonder why. Where are all the so-called this and that? They're afraid.
So what happened when you got out? So you did your was there anything that happened that you would say?
So one of the things that changed my life is once I started learning, I started studying things dealing with mental health. So I started learning about accountability. I started learning about, irrational behavior, irrational thoughts, challenging those thoughts. I started just reading these different self-help books. You know what I'm saying?
Did they like do that for you, or did you just do it on your own?
I did it on my own. They had programs, and I exercised the programs that I was in to the utmost to learn and get down to the root of why this happened, or why this happened, and why that happened. As a chess player, I want to master the craft of learning human behavior. And it helped me so much when I came home from prison. So those days of putting my life on the line to go to prison is definitely over. I remember a conversation I had with Dr. Matula Shakur, and when I was getting ready to come home, and he was telling me, when you get out, you better not go out there, and you better not be getting in those groups. Don't make yourself a target. And when I came home from prison, that's the first thing I seen about everybody. I guess with social media, with the new organizations that were sprouting up, everybody wanted to get on the bullhorn and say, hey, I'm this person, and we're gonna do this to you. We're gonna shut you down. You know what I'm saying? Making themselves a target. And everybody that's made themselves a target, has these people know how to deal with them. So you can't fight. Those people can't fight. They can't fight anything that they can't see. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
They can't fight. If you have a vanguard, or you have a cadre, or you have a study group, the FBI won't start targeting you, pulling you over if they don't know that this is what you do. You understand what I'm saying? Why do we want them to know that this is what we do? You know what I'm saying? So we can get pulled over. They can.
Right. And that's the thing is that, like, I know that at one point you had the RBG movement, you had all these different movements and stuff like that going on, and there were two out front, and then you end up with like people like getting like what's it called, the terrorist act or whatever on them, like the Black Terrorist Act and stuff.
Yeah,
like that.
I mean we give them too much. When then social media, like I said, you got to realize, man, I think ego drives this. The ego drives it. It drives it from the men and the women. You have the women who, they see a picture of Angela Davis, or Sata Shakur, and they're like, oh, that's what I want to do. You know what I'm saying?
No, they don't even gotta see a picture of that. They just see a picture of another girl with her booty out, and then they end up like getting a BBL.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying
it's monkey see, monkey do on the internet. Everybody,
but when you could be a target, you can't be a target for getting a BBL. I mean, you get
yeah,
a target.
you can. You sure as hell can.
You're not. FBI is not going to be after you to try to kill you because think about this other brother by the name of Master J. A good example. What if Master J did what he was trying to do, clandestine, real discreet? Think about it. Think about it. If this guy,
Well,
instead of,
Jam Master Jay when he got killed.
you know who I'm talking about? No, okay. You don't know who I'm talking about.
No, I don't
I'm
know.
talking about the NFC guy.
No, I don't know who.
The NFC guy. He was the guy who they was dressed in all black and they were marching. They had all rifles. They had a lot of your militia groups, black militia groups, was meeting up to Stone Mountain, and they were doing all this stuff. If you make yourself a target, then
Oh yeah, during the whole thing when they was actually protesting, and so he
yeah.
and they dismantled that so quick. It was like, yeah, it was crazy.
And they was look what they was able to get the head. They was able to get the head, and guess what? You know, now everybody going back to whatever the fuck they was doing before. You know what I'm saying? Same thing, same situation. You know, with the brother in with the situation that happened in Dallas. Same situation. You know what I'm saying? So you know,
So when we get back into mental health, though, so all this stuff, like really, what this conversation was really about, and what it's really about is like mental health, right? So all these things, right, affect our community in an adverse way, right? Because these people get out at some point, right? They have to get out, they have to like be in society. And so, what do you feel the impact?
Okay, so think about this. Like we were talking about mental health earlier today, and I was telling you, I was like, why do people forgot that there was a crack epidemic? There was a crack epidemic that went through this country that tore communities up. They even tore infrastructures up. You from Detroit, I know you know. You understand what I'm saying? I mean, all over. So if there was
I remember when there used to be winos on the corner. There's no more winos no more. They're crackheads. Remember there used to be winos?
So if you have crackheads and it was a pandemic of addicts, what do you think happened to those people? What do you think happened to the women? Some of these women had babies, right? You remember they talked about crack babies?
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you think happened to them? Some of these people have, they have mental dysfunctions. Okay, even during the crack era, when you had the gang epidemic, when there was a real serious epidemic, what do you think happens to a person who kidnaps somebody, takes the body and put it in the trunk, and then take it out in the woods and bury it or burn up a whole family?
Right, and don't get caught though.
And don't get caught.
And a lot of the women were doing that. They were like actually setting people up and doing all types of
yeah. Okay. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. The women, some of your purity women, some of your mothers, they're mothers and grandmothers now, and they're living with. Oh, I met this guy. I was going with this dope dealer, and he wanted me to set this other guy up at the hotel, and all my job was to go to the hotel and leave the door open. And once they came in, I left. They gave me $10,000, and they killed him. Cut his dick off and put it in his mouth. What do you think? We just forget like what happened yesterday. And then think about the prisoners. Okay, let's even let me bring it more. I don't want to talk about so much prison. Let's talk about the women who've been molested. They've been molested. They were molested by an uncle or a grandfather every Thanksgiving, Christmas, when the family's in the front room playing dominoes, and then the drunk uncle go in the back room and he molests a 6-year-old girl, and he's been doing it for 6-7 years. Right. And we wonder why, somebody, have these outbursts. Like some of the people that we know, she's crazy. Yeah, she might be crazy, but there's a reason. There's something behind it.
And I hate to bring her name up, but I'm gonna say this is that I've heard stories even from Jaguar, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when I hear about the stories that have come up in her life, right, I think about these things. When she talks about when she was younger and being, I'm not sure how much of these stories are true, right? But she talks about stories where she was there when somebody did this and did that. Now I'm not sure, but the bottom line is that this is during that time frame, and so I don't think it's far fetched to think she might have been.
There are so many women that live a regular life. Doctors, lawyers that was molested and raped. Some, how many women that was raped in college? How many AKAs and Deltas been raped? They don't talk about it. How many accused and raped? Not just accused, but
part of the initiation ritual.
Well, I don't know anything about that. I'm talking about rape. I ain't talking about the initiation ritual, because I'm talking about, and then if that's the case, then they were willing participants to be a part of something. I'm talking about the girl who liked the guy, right? She came over to the guy's apartment. This happened everywhere. Howard, Morehouse, Clark. She liked the guy. She went to his apartment. She had sex with him, and 3 guys come out the closet.
Yeah, that was happening. I remember like stories like that.
Listen, we are people that we forget so fast. We get on the blue app and you hear them judging other people and you be like, wow, that happened to you. I know that happened to you. Like, it's so much dealing with mental health.
I've actually had that happen to me before. I've actually been with a guy, and then all of a sudden, I guess they thought I was drunk, and then next thing you know, like I'm with this guy, and all of a sudden I feel like extra hands touching my legs. I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And I see
But some people that traumatizes some people, and they take it the rest of when they in relationships, it play a part in the relationship. See, this is like regular life. I'm not talking prison where niggas coming home from prison and a motherfucker threw shit in their face. I've seen several officers quit their job because somebody threw shit in their face, like from here to where I'm at, bam, and they just quit the job.
Right.
So imagine being a prisoner where you done got some shit thrown on you, some hot shit, or whatever. It's beyond being sexually abused. That's television. Nobody gets sexually abused in prison anymore. They got too many people that's just freaked out the game to where it's whatever. That doesn't happen.
Hell, you don't have to sexually abuse them because they come in gay anyways.
Yeah. So, but when we talk about, traumatized, do you know how many people out of projects and seen a kid? Think about it. Maybe a 10-year-old kid that's seen somebody get smoked, get killed in the projects, or they come outside on a Saturday to play, and Friday night somebody got killed in the corridor, and then the kid coming out instead of going to watching cartoons, go out and see a dead body. Think about it. People it's something about black people. It's certain shit we want to. It's certain shit we want to forget. We're good at that. We're really, really good at that. You know what I'm saying? We remember what we want to remember, but at the end of the day, what I'm saying is that people are traumatized. Most people have post-traumatic stress. If you were a person who was doing drive-bys, most likely you got post-traumatic stress. Because if you could be in the military and you could do a drive-by in the military and be post-traumatic stress, then most likely in society it's the same way. But who cares?
Right, and ain't no veterans benefits to like go to the psychiatrist about your drive-by that you did when you were younger.
Exactly.
And these people aren't really living in society now. They're our elders now, right? They're Generation X.
They're my generation. They're 50. You're 40. And then then I'm gonna bring it a close home. So think about this from a mental health standpoint. Do you know, a guy told me the other day, he said, man, I don't even go out because the music they play make you want to fight. You notice they don't play love songs where everybody slow dance.
Right. Back in the 70s, it used to be all slow
dance.
Well,
not just the 70s, in the 80s, during the time of, Prince and
at the end of the party, they would like play like
even R. Kelly. I mean, they always played music where you could slow dance. That's how you interact with the opposite sex. You understand what I'm saying? That's how you can interact. You can meet somebody. Hey,
you know how they end the party now is before I let go. Not like play another slow jam.
No, none of that.
Before I let go. Now they didn't heard, Nuck If You Buck, and I'm old, so I'm like
yeah, but it's demon music. It's demon music. It's music that make you want to kill, because that's all they talk about. Is slide, a step, a slide. It's crazy. So.
And now they got it down to a science where they don't even have to say nothing, and it's just the actual tone of the actual like music. They don't even, like, you got like what's his name? I just want to rock. What's his name? Uzi Vert, right? But they call him like, so little Uzi Vert. They say that really saying his name is Lucifer, like Uzi Vert.
Yeah, well, the music is it determines your vibration. You know what I'm saying? And they've got so good at this. It's not even television anymore. They don't use television. They use the music, and the music can basically have you in a trance. If the drums talk, in Yoruba, in different parts and tribes in Africa, them drums they do things to your spirit. You know what I'm saying? I've heard them. I've been in to places, and I've seen things and felt stuff. From hearing those drums. Oh
no, trust me. Like, I've been in ceremonies where they have that talking drum, and like that talking drum will have a possession aspect.
Yeah, exactly. So now they got this type of music. This stuff is documented. But like I said, then you have, like I said, people coming home from prison, and you just expect, okay, because you're out from prison, you just get a job and you just go on with your life. But there's trauma that haven't been dealt with. There's mental health that haven't been dealt with. You know,
And listen, I want to. The main thing my panel I've always been about relationships because I've actually dated a guy from prison before, a few. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And they come out and they have like they actually like have a good outlook on life, but the reality sets in. And then here's the thing: is that you might get into an argument with a person, right? That might be on the second strike, right?
Mhm.
And you have some places have the 3 strikes you're out rule, right? And it's a thing like, you know what, they might be like, bitch, if you don't whatever, and then they get the 3rd strike. Hey, it is what it is.
That's very true.
So you got to watch out when you're dating
That is very true. That's very true because that's what they call a point of no return. But I mean, a point
I
of
was
no
actually dating a guy who
a
told
point
me,
of no return could be done with basically anybody. It could be somebody who's never been to prison, and there's an argument, and you about to get ready to call the police on them, and they panic. And when they panic, they're not responsible.
right, and especially if you have trauma like that. Like I've been in a whole X amount of years, and you hollering at me, and you might trigger something. So that's what mental health. Like we have to understand that, especially in the Black community, when you have a very huge prison population that's like coming back into society, going back out, in and out, because and then you have like then you have like this red pill, blue pill thing, right? Where
Mhm.
women say, okay, men only are incapable of love, right? But you're also dealing with people that have been in the prison system. That I mean, that's how I feel. Like you get like a lot of people that have been traumatized that way, right? They might have been in for 5 or 10 years. You don't know how much time they spent in the hole, and they're coming out, and you get into it with them, and they might just be ready to snap. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yeah, I agree. But think about this. Let's take prison out the equation. If you meet somebody, I've met women who had daddy issues. That daddy left and never came back, and because of that, that triggers so much in how they see the man that they're dating. Like you're gonna leave. You're not gonna really love me. You understand what I'm saying? There's so many different things that trigger people. There's just so many different things that people have been traumatized about. Somebody died in the family, but something more serious is like rape, being molested. A lot of women, unfortunately, a lot of Black women have been molested or raped. You know what I'm saying? So, they kind of come in a relationship with a band-aid, right? And men, the same way, men have done fucked up shit as well. So as they come in a relationship, you meet their representative. You meet the person the good guy. You meet the yoga guy. You know what I'm saying? They're like, I like to read books. Like, yeah, we can go to Barnes and Noble, right? Right. So then, you on the phone or you texting somebody and like, damn, who you texting? What the hell you doing? You know what I'm saying? Because they've been through abandonment issues.
Right, right.
You understand what I'm saying? So it works both ways, men and women. It's like, who can really be loved at this point? You know what I'm saying? We'll talk about that some other time. I love relationship. That's one of the things I studied while in prison. Black relationships and the dynamics of Black relationships and being transparent. But yeah.
So when you got out of prison, you found solitude in the swingers movement. So what made you feel like that was like the best way to go versus like
Okay, so when I came home, I don't know if you remember her, but I met this Italian. She was a fashion designer. You remember her? The fashion designer?
No, I
But
don't.
anyway. So she introduced me to. She was like, she was at my apartment or whatever.
Oh,
And
yeah, I do remember her.
yeah, with the mohawk. She had the
Yeah.
mohawk. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What basically she introduced me to the swinger lifestyle, the swinger culture. And one of the main things that caught me and that sold me was you ain't gotta lie. You ain't gotta you have to be transparent. Because when you're transparent, well, my phone's about to die. But when you're transparent, you're not being deceitful. It is what it is. And a person accepts you more when you're transparent. You tell what it is. And when I came home, and I have no space for jealousy because she's told me, hey, this guy right here, he wants to have sex with me. Is it okay? And in my mind, I'm looking at her like, well, because you asked me, that means that's something that you really want to do. So now I'm coming out of prison. I'm like, man, don't nobody want no damn warden over them. Don't nobody want no police state over them. Like, if she come and ask me and say, hey, he wants to do this. Is it okay with you? Because if it's something that you don't want to do, you wouldn't even have to come and ask me, right?
Right.
Okay, so, and I'm like, okay, damn. All I have to say is, yeah. And then there's somebody with the same situation with me. I don't have to lie. So it kind of sold it. That whole culture sold me like, oh man, I'm gonna come home and I'm gonna be transparent. Yeah, I'm gonna be transparent.
So is that why you prefer that lifestyle over like just regular dating?
Yeah, because everybody's lying. Everybody else is lying. Everybody's lying. Everybody's lying. From the married man, you know. Oh man, that's a whole nother can of worms. I mean,
But what about polygamy? What's the difference between like the swinger?
well, I mean, polygamy is there's a need for polygamy. You know, there's a need for polygamy as well. I mean, but it's about being transparent. You got to get past that first. You got to get past, you know, everybody believe that, oh, I'm enough for you. You don't need nobody. They tell you that you don't need nobody. And here you are saying, hey, baby, I think that we need to do this. Or she may say, hey, baby, I think we may need to do this. And you might be a person that got high blood pressure and your penis not working no more. You know what I'm saying? That happens. That happens, especially, you know, with black men. You know what I'm saying? They're losing their sex drive the older they get. So this woman is being deprived, you know what I'm saying, of some good sex.
So
okay, so she needs
all about sex. Is the whole swingers?
Well, no. Well, what you say? What's the question?
Is the swingers movement all about just 100% sex, or is it just also relationship?
No, I mean, it's not 100% sex. I mean, swinging is sex, but I mean, you know, there's relationships that you build, or whatever. It brings it for being married or being in a relationship. It brings excitement to the relationship. You know, it's not just it ain't just a threesome. You know, because sometimes with the threesome that could go bad because, you know, if the man is not transparent, then now he might be having sex with the woman when you're not around. So that could destroy the relationship. You know what I'm saying? But if you're transparent, if you're best friends with your partner, and you're able to talk to your partner, because a relationship is based upon communication and honesty. I like to know what else is based upon communication and honesty.
So you felt like coming out of prison that was the best option once you got introduced to them?
Oh, it worked for me. It worked for me. You know, I've tried monogamy relationships. I've tried it, but at the end of the day, you can't be who you are. What you want to be with a man he's basically faking it. He's, for whatever reason, he's doing it, but he's basically in a relationship with you faking. Once he walk out that door, he's somebody totally different. He's not who he say he is.
So do you think that it's also a matter of the fact that you were in prison and being locked down so hard, like in prison, which makes you choose that lifestyle?
Well, I mean, as far as coming home at the beginning, you want to be honest. It came a point in my life to where I want to change all of the bad things about myself, and I kind of visited myself like a car being put up on blocks, everything being stripped down and rebuilt. So when I came home and I met this woman, you know, I never knew anything about that. I mean, you know, I thought only white people did it. You know what I'm saying? When she introduced it to me, and I looked at it, I was like, man, you ain't got a lie, so I can have sex with you. Let me.
So here's the question: would you suggest that a person that's dating a person fresh out of prison that they should look into the swinger lifestyle before they try to be monogamous?
Ask that question again.
Do you think a person that might be dating a person out of prison should look into the swinger lifestyle before they try to be monogamous? Because a person's coming out of jail, right, or prison, right, have been deprived for so long, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So
a person that comes out of prison has been deprived, and sometimes they may be the first girl, and they could fall in love with that girl, but they've been gone so long, so it's like, well, I never dated a full figure woman, or I never dated a short woman, or I never dated an African, or I never dated a Jamaican, or I never dated, you know, and there's they're curious. You understand what I'm saying? So, you know, and some of these women, they try to grab them, you know, and they think that just because, you know, they've been locked up 30 years, that's going to be their property. And it's not going to be that. That's not what it's going to be.
I've actually seen that. I've seen that firsthand.
That's not what it's going to be. I don't think.
Not me doing it, but like I actually met a guy that was in prison for murder. younger, and then he actually fell in love with a prison guard, and then she actually got him out early because he was supposed to do life. Somehow she got him out, but then she wanted to control him, and he ended up going back to prison for 5 more years because he ended up like going in on her and this, that, the other, and breaking his parole and this, that, the other, and get like a domestic violence charge, and then basically had to like restart his life all over again. But
Yeah, that comes from people not knowing what their triggers are. You know, everybody has a trigger. Some people trigger is the button has never been tapped. And some of these guys, man, they might have been doing something in their life, and it's just never been triggered. And when they get into that act of rage, it could be deadly. Everybody has a trigger.
so would you suggest that women like be careful when they date guys out of prison with the triggers, or do you think it's just like,
Well, it's not about them being careful dating guys coming out of prison with a trigger. Everyone has a trigger. You could date a guy coming from Howard, and he has a trigger. He could be, a bookworm, and you say the wrong thing. I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's where he can't handle it, and he don't know how to communicate with you behind it. You don't know what's gonna happen. It's almost like having. I don't know if I could use that as an example, but it's almost like having your dog. You know what I'm saying? He's a lovable dog, right? He's a lovable dog, and he's not gonna bite nobody. He's never bit nobody, but he's with a child. There's a child down playing with him, and the child is maybe sticking him in the eye or something, anything, that triggers that dog to lash out. And it goes for men and women. It has nothing to do with prison. You know what I'm saying? Because I mean, anybody is capable of it. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people
you don't think that a person that has been sitting in like
a lot of people don't even know what their triggers are. You know what I'm saying? Some people don't know. I know what my triggers are. And my triggers are, I don't go to the strip club because I know I used to be in the strip club, and I know you got to make it rain. So I ain't making it rain because I ain't making that kind of money no more. And I don't plan on going back the other way. So I don't go to the strip clubs, right? That's a trigger for me. You know what I'm saying? I don't carry guns. Why? Because let's say I'm driving down the street and a redneck spits on my car, calls me a nigger and spits on my car. If I have a gun, most likely I'm going to use it.
right.
If I don't have a gun, then I can just cuss them out, bam, everybody leave, go home. And you understand what I'm saying?
Right.
So I know my triggers. One of my biggest triggers, I don't argue with homosexuals. Nope. Don't argue with a homosexual. You can't win an argument with a homosexual, right? You just can't do it. So I'm not arguing with a homosexual. You got it. You got to learn these type of things, because if you don't, then, and you do it, it could be detrimental to your life and somebody else's life.
Right. Ashe. So you said that your phone is about to die, but I want to.
Yeah, my phone's about to die.
I want to find out some final thoughts of you about everything that we've been talking about here. I know we talked about mental health. We talked about your upbringing. I want to bring you back on to really discuss relationships and things like that. But I want to like introduce my audience to you first before I like do that. But I want to find out what your final thoughts are before your phone dies.
Final thoughts about what?
Just everything that we talked about here. What would you say?
Well, I think that I think mental health is the elephant in the room when it comes to us, interacting with each other. Even if you're a mother and you have a son, and they do things and they don't know why they're doing them, these are things that we have to deal with. We can't let it spark out of control to say, oh, he just fall. Next thing you know, he can call you a bitch in your house. It's just so many different things.
Real quick, Gina Go asked, is swinging different than polyamorous or the same?
Yes, totally different. Yes.
What's the difference?
When we come back, maybe because my phone, I don't even see the red light, so it's going to be going off. But it's a huge difference.
We're gonna have that discussion and talk about that.
Yes, because in polyamorous, that's not a relationship. And swinging is not a relationship. Swinging is something your partners do with other partners to have fun. When you're talking in a poly relationship, that's being in a relationship with someone, and you have a contract on, y'all have an agreement on how y'all moving in that particular relationship, in that open relationship.
Okay. Well, I just want to thank everybody for coming here. I know that Eric Baba Shaka is. Thank you so much for being a part of my panel. Thank you for answering the questions. We have heard so much, like some interesting things that we never even knew before.
So this was a interview I did. I mean, with Baba Shaka. So I started off doing an interview with him, and then what happened is that he ended up on Real Life Street Stars. I introduced him to Jonathan, and so the most weirdest thing happened, right? So you hear the story that he told me about the whole bank robbery, how he got introduced to it. So Jonathan from Real Life Street Stars was like, you know what? I want to bring him on to Real Life Street Stars. So in the most weirdest chain of events, this was the introduction to Vernon. So Vernon got raped in prison after learning how to rob banks by Baba Shaka. So check this out.
I went to prison at a young age. I was 16 years old, and I went to prison for manslaughter. I killed my best friend at the age of 16. They tried me as an adult. I might have been the second juvenile that they tried as an adult in Shreveport, Louisiana.
Real life.
And I'm gonna do this whole thing as a because I'm gonna let y'all know that you'll be surprised how many people came from my channel and ended up on Real Life Street Stars. But the way that this whole thing ended up, it made Baba look terrible. So I was more, trying to, show his story. But man, by the time this whole thing got through, he was demonized. After I did this, he went on Real Life Street Stars, and the way that this whole thing looked, it demonized Baba Shaka so bad. And you're gonna see it. Because I said, what, but he wanted to be on there. So okay, well, I'll introduce you to him. But I'm like, man, I wish I would have never done that. So I have so many regrets on so many levels, so many different people I have brought to the Street Stars platform. So let's go.
Real life street stars. You know what time it is.
Real life street star. Hold on. I don't know if we should clap for this one. This right
And I want you guys to see how, so you heard his story on my channel, right? Even though I might have been interrupting him, I was really more or less just trying to humanize him. But by the time they got through, by the time this whole thing was done, he was a monster. And I want to show and so he's still dealing with the repercussions of this whole interview. Because, Vern was supposed to come on my channel first, but he wanted to be on Real Life. Okay, well, here you go. All right. Here's his number. All right, here you go. And next thing you know, okay, listen, I'm sorry. It just irritates me because I'm like, dude, bro, I would have never, if I would have known better, I would have never done this to put him in this situation. Because Baba Shaka is really not a bad guy. He actually, let me just shut the fuck up and just let the thing play.
we got one of the most notorious bank robbers this side of the Mississippi. And when I say that, as we go into this, we're not glorifying nothing of what you did in your past.
Exactly.
But we do want to touch on what you did in your past. So with that being said, we have the Baba Shaka on the blue couch, a long time in the making to get you here.
I was telling him, I said, man, they've been trying to get me on there. When he came home, I say, you the piece to the chessboard. Let's go.
And before we even get into your story, right now you are on the blue couch, you are in front of the lights, and you are telling your story. Stories like this sometimes stay with people, until they, are long gone or they're 88 and they're like, let me tell you about my life. And it's a movie about it. For you to even talk about it now. And you've talked about it before, of course, but for you to be, of course, open about it, what's putting you on that journey, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, first of all, I was hesitant on talking about it because it appears sometimes that I'm glorifying. And that's definitely not what I'm doing. I went to prison at a young age. I was 16 years old, and I went to prison for manslaughter. I killed my best friend at the age of 16. They tried me as an adult. I might have been the second juvenile that they tried as an adult in Shreveport, Louisiana. You know, they was getting ready to start trying people because, you know, a lot of gang members were being sent from LA to Shreveport. And so they used my case to basically, because they knew that they were going to be trying everybody, you know, kids for adult crimes.
Exactly. And let me ask you, in regards to, because we've had guys like Charleston White, King Shu, a lot of other guys who come through, Anthony Dewberry, who were sentenced to hard time for doing a crime under the age of 17. Manslaughter, whether murder, whether first degree, second, third. For your situation, if you don't mind, can you talk us or walk us through how does, well, you said you were 15 or 16?
16.
You were 16. How does a 16-year-old even get into a situation where he has to that he took a life of his best friend?
Okay, well, my story was I was a preppy kid, come out the suburbs, Queensboro. It's not the suburbs no more, but it was the suburbs back in the day. And just being naive, you know, running with the wrong crowd. And me and my friend, what happened was we had a guy pulled up on us who was going to the swimming pool. And he said, yeah, y'all want to buy a gun? And we was like, how much? He said, $25. So we looked at each other. I was like, look, I'm going to go get the money. You know, I'm going to get my half. And we went half on the gun. So we went half on the gun. We had no bullets.
Why did you personally, why did you want to buy that gun, if you don't mind me asking?
Just tempted. I mean, just being a kid and having a gun, just mischievous. Didn't have no enemies because we were preppy kids. Like we was, you know, first set of the first polos and Tretons and shell toe Adidas, flat tops.
It's like the 80s, it's the 80s, right?
80s.
Oh, yeah.
Just like 80, 84, 85, 86.
Yeah, y'all fly.
Yeah, so just, you know, they said you want to buy a car, we'd have been like, it's cheap, you know? So being mischievous, because we went half on the gun, that means that half of the gun is mine and half of the gun is his. Well, so now we doing juvenile stuff like, well, it's my time to hold the gun, but we ain't got no bullets. You'd have kept it 6 months. I want to keep it some too, you know? Just, right? And it led up into us fight.
Physical fight?
Physical fight. It led us,
who gets the gun?
Nah, just mischievous stuff in the neighborhood. It led us to us fighting. So at this point, I had the gun, but no bullets. So we ended up getting in a fight, and he had some hands. He can close my eyes, raccoon me up. You know what I'm saying? And at this time, you know, I was one of the type of people. I'm one of the type of people. I ain't gonna keep on letting you knock me up. I'm still not gonna let nobody knock me up. You know, even in my adult going to prison, like you want to fade, but I can't win. You know, nah, we ain't doing that, right? But on this particular day, I never forget it, July 23rd. I had the gun, no bullets. I had a friend. He said, man, you still got that gun? You ain't got no bullets? I said, yeah. He said, man, I'm gonna get some bullets from my mom. I said, well, go get the bullets. We're gonna walk to the swimming pool. So we walked to the swimming pool, and I seen him. I hadn't seen him since he knocked me up. He knocked me up. And when I seen him, you know, he approached me. So I got a gun. You know, if you pull a gun, you got to use it. But I'm not going to fight you, and I got a gun. Like, so I pull a gun. I'm thinking I'm going to scare him.
So even way back then, I just want everybody felt like if I have a gun, I'm going to use, like that was the mindset even back then.
Mm-hmm. Because you hear people say, if you ever pull a gun, you better use it. And
wasn't that some sick shit that we were teaching each other? Like, if you're gonna pull a gun, you better use it on somebody. You better shoot it. That's crazy. Listen, guys.
At that point, but I'm thinking I'm trying to scare him. This dude he had the heart of a lion. You know, he had the heart of a lion, and he might have been a year older than me. I'm 16, he's 17, and he always wore a ring on his finger, so it wasn't no win. But anyway, I'm thinking I'm gonna scare him. You know, like, hey. And he like, you ain't gonna do nothing. You soft, you ain't gonna do nothing. Like, hey man, go on, bro. You know what I'm saying?
But did he know you had bullets at this time?
He probably didn't even know I had the bullets.
That's great.
He didn't know I had the bullets. And we stood toe to toe. He got his set up like, let's rock. I'm like, go on, bro. I ain't doing no more fighting. And I shot him one time in the chest, and he took off running. When he took off running, the bullet traveled to his heart, and he died. My life changed. From that point on, it changed because I'm a kid, but I just did some adult.
How did it feel when you shot him?
Didn't believe it. couldn't believe it. Especially when, by me being a juvenile, the police they can't question you unless your mom or adult is with you. At this time back in the day, and my mom came in and she was like, "He's dead." I'm like, "What? He dead?"
So let me ask you: did you not render aid? Did you have like an out of body experience when it happened? Did you run away when it
I
happened?
ran away. Because he ran that way, I ran that way. I ran home to tell my parents, "Hey, I just shot somebody." They like, "What?" I said, "I just shot my friend. I just shot him." They're like, "What?" And I just couldn't believe it because at this point I'm like, I need to wake up from this dream. It's a lot of those I need to wake up from this dream in my life, right?
Yeah.
But it wasn't no dream. They took me to the juvenile detention center, and I'm in a concrete room, and I'm saying, I gotta wake up from this dream. This ain't true. I'm gonna lay down, and when I wake up, I'm gonna be at home. And the lights came on about 5. I'm like, I got a murder case.
Did you know the ramifications of what was about to take place? Where you about to go? I mean, did you know anything?
Not at all. I was charged with 2nd-degree murder at 16 years old. Now, mind you, I'm not in a gang. I'm not. We didn't come from that. Everybody that knows me, they're gonna tell you, man, he was a preppy kid. I was, popular in high school. So I'm not knowing. All I did know that shit just got real. So you gotta, you're gonna have to do what you gotta do because ain't no getting out of this. It's a murder.
Did anybody see you shoot him?
Yeah, I had 4 people that was there. That sat there, and as kids, you kind of see being mischievous. You want to see what's gonna happen,
right?
And I think that was their stance. I can't really speak for them, but they didn't get up and say, "Man, don't y'all do that."
Right.
Man, get back. They just sit there and watch.
And did you have any inclination at any point to try to lie or try to get out of it, like make up a story, or did you just like, I did it?
I wasn't no getting out of it. And my whole thing was, my defense was, it was naive. My defense was I wasn't trying to kill him, which I wasn't. I just wanted him to get back, and
It's crazy because the stand your ground law, you can fight for that probably now, but this was in Louisiana.
This is Louisiana, 86.
Okay, so yeah. So if you don't mind, tell us as far as the trial itself and sentencing. You go to juvenile, and you're gonna. So do they?
I get bond.
Okay.
What happened is what they did was they automatically said, "Oh, we finna try him as an adult." All right.
How old were you?
16.
16.
1986. So they try me as an adult. I get a bond. So I'm back on the streets. I'm able to try to go back to school and try to pick up my life until the actual trial. So I end up getting a good lawyer, and he was like, "Look, you're gonna have to do some jail time." I'm like, "I can't go in the military, no boot camp." You know what I'm saying? Like, anything but prison. But he was like, "Nah, you're gonna have to." They came to me with a deal of 5 years, and I grabbed it.
Yeah,
I grabbed it, and I went off to the big boy, adult prison.
Yeah, you're in Shreveport, so we already know where this is going.
Yeah, so when I go to the county, which was called CDC at the time, and they called me teenager because I was so young. I had a flat top, kind of looked like just no hair on my face, no hair on my face. So they gave me the nickname teenager. And it's like, "Look, teenager, you going to Angola? You gonna go to Angola?" And they gave me the rundown on how to make it, how I can make it in prison. And I listened to them.
Were you scared?
To death. To death. I mean, like I said, I didn't come from the environment for me to be ready for that. You know what I'm saying? I was scared when I shot him, scared after I shot him, scared when I went to prison. But the thing about it is, my mindset was, I done did it. I done did the crime. Now, whatever comes with this how you finna rock. This how you gonna rock with it. Matter of fact, I got sent to Angola.
Real quick, before you got to Angola, you said they gave you the rundown. I'm just curious, what was the rundown they gave you to survive Angola?
To survive in Angola, the rundown was, it really was two key things. Don't take nothing from nobody, and don't mess with no punks. That was
It's pretty simple rules.
Don't take nothing from nobody, and don't mess with no punks. By me being a kid, being young, all the convicts, they want to make sure when I go down there, you don't get turned out. The only way you're gonna get turned out is if you messing with a homosexual, some kind of way. You know what I'm saying? Because in prison, in Angola,
hanging out with, like even congregating with.
No congregating.
Yeah,
no eye contact, no friends, no nothing. You see? So
So in Angola, are they set? Is there like a separate? Is there like a spot for homosexuals, or would you know how to avoid, or does they like you? I would think they would just.
It's like Penitentiary 1, Penitentiary 2. You remember that?
Yeah.
That might be that. It was a movie called Penitentiary with Too Sweet. So you know punk. You know you see a punk.
Right.
At least I thought I knew a punk because they had some muscle bound punks that was lifting weights and shit like that. But for the most part, you knew it when you seen them. You know.
All right, so take us through. You know, we always talk about first day out or whatever, but we like to go through your first day in Angola, like you know, because Angola is one of the most notorious prisons in American history. You know, technically like modern day slavery back then, possibly even now. What is your first day in like? You being that young, that green.
I remember it like it was yesterday. I went down the walk. You know, you had a long sidewalk, and the prisoners, they come from all different units. They could come up to the walk. You know, if they know you, they all right, blah, blah, blah. They holler at you or whatever. They might be whistling, you know, and I'm nervous. I'm keeping my head up because now I already had dudes school me on everything I needed to do, you know, when I'm there, you know. So first thing I did was get on the phone and call my mama and tell her I ain't never come home. But because I'm in Angola. When they classified me, they could have sent me to a sweet spot. They sent me to the worst spot, one of the worst spots in the United States. So I said, Mama, I ain't never coming home.
That's for her not to worry about you, or just you thought you're not gonna make it.
I'm saying to myself, you know, I'm in Angola, so I'm gonna have to kill somebody because I'm a kid. I done heard the stories. I done heard these stories. So if that's gonna come to me, then this is gonna be my life. And she started crying. I hung the phone up. I had to hang the phone up because, you know, when your mom cry, you cry. So I hung the phone up and, you know, went back to my bed, sit on my bed, until one of the dudes I was in the county with, he said, "Oh, you finally made it." He come, showed me around the prison. And it wasn't as bad as I thought it was gonna be. Because what I did was, my mother used to tell me, she said, "Son, don't give up." She said, "Use the prison like a university." And that's what I did. I used it like college. Went to drama, I studied drama. Hobby craft. I went through every religion they had in the damn place. You know.
Why go through every religion? Just because?
Well, no, I just was searching for the truth. I was searching for the truth, and when I found a contradiction, you know.
I'm out. Yeah.
Nah, it ain't, what? You know what I'm saying? What? Jesus?
What? Let me ask you. What religion is the most contradictory?
Christianity.
You know, I've seen a lot of people saying that, man.
Christianity.
We'll leave it at that surface level, all right? Yeah, we can go deep.
Why?
Well, let me think of me. I'm not a person that a lot of people used to get off into religion to debate. So I ain't a debater. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, I see something, man, and it just I can't really think of it right now. What
I'm sure, I'm sure that you go down that path.
Yeah.
boy. But with that being said, what religion did you land on, or are you like now? What do you?
I got a story on how I left Christianity. Yeah, just tell us that. You want it?
Yeah.
All right.
Did you leave running?
No. I got to tell the story because the story it began to define who I am as Baba Shaka. You know, but I was a Christian, so I would go to church, and all my homeboys they thugging. When I go to church, they would be laughing at me. So I'm like, man, these dudes are they hoopers, they going to hell. I'm doing the right thing. I'm going to church. I got my Bible, and so the dude, he was a muscle bound dude. You know what I'm saying? He was a preacher. So he talked in tongues, and he was like, I'm gonna lay my hands on you. I said, I'm He did the tongue, right? So I'm like, oh man, I want to learn how to do that, right? So one night, I woke up and I went to take a piss, right? And I'm standing up at the urinal, and there's a guy standing up. He's standing up like he's using the bathroom. It's like 4:00 in the morning. I'm in an open bay dormitory. So I'm using the bathroom. I knew it was a dude right there, so I see him. So he walked away. And then the preacher dude, he stands up. You know, you know what he was doing, right? On the toilet, sucking the dude. You know, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so I'm a young dude. I don't want to be. Y'all got me down here.
Oh man.
You know, now mind you,
he was laying hands on your head and shit on, like talking in tongues on you.
Homies, they laughing because like you going down there, and I'm thinking I'm doing the right thing. I called my mama. You know, because me and my mom real close. I called her, Mama, why you didn't tell me? Oh no, it just was crazy. So because that was a weakness, you got to realize I'm a kid. I can't be around no weakness. You know what I'm saying? Everything got to be thorough. Everything got to be thorough. And The dude, one of my homies told me, he said, man, I thought you knew. I said, man, nah, bro. I thought he didn't look like a regular punk. You know, he had muscles. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like he didn't look like a So man, listen.
Damn,
man, listen, I ain't go back to church, bro.
Yeah.
So this is what I did. I used to walk the yard and I seen these dudes that had on all black and they had dreads. And I'm like, they must, you know, they look like Jamaicans or something. But they weren't Jamaicans, they were Black Panthers. So the dudes used to see me, I was interested in what they had going on. It looked like strength to me.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And I want to be where there's strength. You know, I want to be a part of something that's strong. You know, can't understand how in Christianity, you have all these gospel singers who they're coming and tell their testimony, and then they want to say, well, that's why I was, you know, this happened to me. I'm like, what? How y'all got molested?
Yeah, I think Christianity might be over-sexualized. Maybe, I don't know. It's like a lot of
a
lot of stuff going on
in the choir. You know, singing in the choir. So anyway, so the dude said, man, you ever heard of Malcolm X? I'm from Shreveport. This is '86. I said, nah, is that a rapper? He said, nah, brother. He gave me the Malcolm X autobiography. It's the first book I read from front to back.
Wow.
And from that point on, this is what I want to do. You know, I realized that all the stories that I had been told was lies. I thought Jesus was white. I thought
Santa Claus was real.
I thought you understand what I'm saying? It was like all the super friends was white.
Yeah.
You know, I'm like, wait a minute, all the super friends white? You know, Tarzan over in Africa, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He the king of the jungle.
He
And then you get this new knowledge. Like once you get new knowledge, it's like,
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And that's
I'm curious, why not Muslim? Was a Muslim a thing back then as far as did you try? Did you
the Muslims, I tried the Muslim, I tried it. I was more a Pan-Africanist. I was more, you know, I followed my mentor of it was a Black Panther who was in a wheelchair.
Okay.
And he schooled me. Whatever he told me, that's what I went with. You know what I'm saying?
So let's get right to it because your mentor, you learned the art of, or did you learn the art of robbing banks while in prison?
I did. By my mentor, he was a bank robber.
So, like you said, you were getting well read. You know, you start trying different religions. But
I was connected to what you call the Black Liberation Army.
Right.
I don't know if you're familiar with that.
I've heard. I'm not familiar with what they do, but I've heard of it. Cool.
Yeah. So these guys were like Tupac's stepdad, who was actually one of my cellmates when I ended up going to the feds. But we'll talk about that when I talk about the bank robbery.
Yeah.
But anyway, these dudes have been locked up since '72. I meet them in '88. They've been locked up since '72. So they was explaining to me that they were robbing banks to fund different things for the community, you know. And he told me, I listened to him every day. He was in a wheelchair, and he just told me story after story. It's like a griot, you know. He was an elder, you know, white beard, white fro.
Did he tell you how much he was like getting away with during his heyday, or what got him locked up? Did he give you amounts?
They robbed armored cars, you know, back in the '70s and the '60s. If he was in the movement, they was hitting armored cars. That's where it came from. So I would listen to him every day, and he taught me a lot of shit. You know, I studied dealing with Fidel, George Jackson, Huey P. Newton, just all the revolutionary information.
And let me ask you, during your time in Angola, did they put you in the hole?
Yeah, 2 years I did solitary confinement for hitting the police, hitting the guard.
Hit a law.
Because now I'm indoctrinated. That's another part. I got indoctrinated with the pro-Black thing. So, you know, I want to be like the hardest, you know.
I'm black, y'all.
Yeah.
I
want to be the hardest.
Black and I'm black.
I'm a kid, but I'm still naive. But, you know, it's like, I want to be the real deal. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you a pig, you know, and, you know, don't say shit to me, you know, and I hit the damn police and I'm going what they call Camp J. And Camp J is the worst of the worst. That's where they're throwing feces. It's just the worst of the worst.
So that's where people are kind of losing their mind.
That's where the people are losing their mind. That's where you have your bipolar. All your mental insane is back there. You know, I learned how to play chess. I learned how to type. I'm in a single cell, and I'm listening to people hold conversations with themselves in their cells. You know, and I'm still trying to. But at the same time, I had another dude that was back there, and he telling me like, man, you're gonna have to be strong back here. This ain't for the weak.
What was the worst thing you saw during the time back there?
Back there,
Mm-hmm.
I seen I seen a guy eat some feces. What happened was we get an hour to come out and run, and then we got 5 minutes to get in the shower. Well, he was beefing with a dude, and a dude threw some feces on him, and he was so gone but strong. He took the feces and he bit it, and the dude who threw it on him, he vomited. Like it was the craziest shit ever. Because when he came out of cell, we knew they was beefing, so we take our mirror and we put it out the bar, and we looking. And everybody was throwing up. But he was like, his name was Outlaw. He was a monster. He was a monster. That's where they kept the monsters. Yeah. Like you hear people say, oh, somebody ain't come on the big yard. The monsters ain't on the big yard, bro. The monsters is back there in Camp J. That's where they at. If you're on the big yard, that's a privilege. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, see murder is that it's a privilege to be out there. You know what I'm saying? So it ain't like, you might have a couple stabbings. They've had a few killings, you know what I'm saying? But the monsters, they're going to put you in Camp J. So they were trying to break me. I'm a kid. And I did the worst thing that you're supposed to do is hit the police. You know what I'm saying? But I'm indoctrinated with, this revolutionary mindset. It's teaching me to do this. It's teaching me to fight the power, basically. And it landed me back there,
At any point, did you ever feel like you were losing it? Like reality?
A lot of times. Because when you listen to conversations, I'm listening to a guy it's a three-party conversation. If that's a three-party conversation with himself. And sometimes it was entertainment because we ain't had no TVs back there. So you just sit back and just wonder, like, damn, what is it? What his wife? What happened? Well, what his wife do? He having a conversation. It's three people, I promise God. And so it's entertainment, but at the same time, I kept myself busy. I'm reading the literature. I'm typing. I stayed busy. I kept my mind busy. And then the books that I was reading were about brothers doing this kind of time, like George Jackson. They did this kind of time. So in my mind, I'm saying I'm reliving what George Jackson did, or I'm reliving what Fred Hampton did. I'm reliving what these revolutionaries did. In my mind, I'm like, okay, this is what they said they was doing. Now it's my time to do that.
When seeing other individuals completely lose their mind, lose their sanity, and you're struggling with that as well, do you look to God or any other spiritual entity to kind of bring you back in those moments where you're like, I think I'm swaying?
Well, yes, but my God was revolution. Mind you, I got indoctrinated. A lot of the things that I was taught, a lot of the things that some of the belief system that I had, I don't have them today. But at that time, it was revolution. It was I love my people more than I love myself. Going to war, I couldn't understand about even in that prison. I couldn't understand, and still don't understand to this day, how some of your most dangerous prisoners can be in a prison, and the guard is like my mom or your mom, and she's saying, "Lock down, go to your room," and all these dudes go to the room. Like you could get somebody on this couch and they could brag about Angola, but you dudes y'all don't run to the fence because we can take the fence down. There's contradictions in what people say. They want us to believe something, but it's not real. Like how do you do this? Kanye West said slavery was a choice, right? And everybody got mad at him, right? And I just agreed with him because I'm saying these dudes are doing life. How do you just do life?
Thousands of dudes doing life.
Yeah. How you don't want to escape? They don't even try to escape. Now they're gonna be mad at me for saying this.
But but it's a thousand of us in here and we fighting each other.
Yeah, we fighting each other. You listen to I listen to my man talk about Ferguson, and I'm like, man, when do we just get tired and don't want to do this? We don't want to do it. One thing I can say, and it's a fact, white boys, they hitting that fence. It's like they don't believe in bondage. It's in their spirit not to be in some slavery. With us, we're going to go out there. You see the pictures of them walking behind the horse. We're going to call them Bossa. Boss man, all this crazy shit. You know what I'm saying?
They had you picking cotton?
Picking cotton, picking corn, work in the field. Still to this day, they work in the field.
Like in that sense alone, you're saying black people have a mindset of just enslavement.
We got a mindset of being the toughest OG, the toughest whatever in society. But when I go to prison, I basically bow down to this, and that was a reality. When I got out of prison, I was like, I never subject myself to this shit. There was another reason why when I started doing what we're gonna talk about later, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, I'm going fed, man. I ain't picking no corn, And I'm looking at this dude, it's almost like you want to say something like, man, all we gotta do is come together. We can stop this shit. We ain't gotta come out here. We ain't gotta be on the field. You know, it's
What do you think? What are your thoughts when you see like a black man like pandering to like the guard, trying to be like a friend, or like he'll down his brother to like get the praise of the boss of the guard or whatever?
Well, back then I didn't have no thought about it because the dudes who was doing it was killers. So you know, it's like you know what I'm saying? Like I ain't got no thought. I ain't gonna say, you know. And they bug we call it bug jumping. Right. You on some cool shit. You know what I'm saying? But you can't say that because he's a killer. You know, he kill you. I ain't got nothing to think about it. Like, okay, I ain't do it.
See, that's the problem right there. You have to have some guys that's not afraid to die.
Well, and the only reason the only way that's gonna happen is you get indoctrinated, and you get a belief system.
Yeah,
you get a belief system, something to stand for. You know what I'm saying?
You go. Yeah.
You know, we don't.
Yeah, people go in there with no religion, no, just like you said, they out here doing whatever they go in there. But
go in there, they go. So the basketball court is full. The law library is empty.
That's some real shit.
You understand what I'm saying? The education building is practically empty. Everybody is watching rap TV, BET, HBO, playing basketball, playing football, rapping in the studio, but nobody's in the law library to get out of prison. And nobody's basically, you being a revolutionary is a 1%. Oh yeah, and they're lifting weights.
Oh yeah,
they lifting weights.
Most people who haven't been in prison, I think that's the first thing they think they know to do: get in physical shape to be able to stand in prison. So I think that's a mindset.
Something I think you asked me. We program to submit. Just like when the police come, we run. But I'm just the toughest dude in the neighborhood. You know, you got bodies, but when the police come, they run. So you just program when it comes to authority to lay it down.
Yeah, to not battle.
You see, so when you go to prison, you fighting to get your freedom or us coming together is just not what the mindset is at.
Let me ask you were speaking something off camera when we were speaking on Boosie.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, if he had to do PC versus, you know.
So Angola don't have a PC.
Explain that, because that's one thing that we.
And first of all, Angola don't have a PC.
Right.
You got a main yard. First of all, Angola holds. Angola is a city. It's a city. The prison is a city, and they have Camp A, Camp B, Camp D, Pine. They name.
Guards even live.
The guards live.
They live in houses.
We eat everything that we grow. We eat it. They got a catfish pond. They had a catfish pond that was the sewer system. Yeah. The cesspool. We got everything that we ate. We grew it. Beans, vegetables. The meat came from the cows. The cows, we ate the beef. You know, so there is no PC. You dig what I'm saying? So when he came, they put him in another unit. They put him on the walk. A lot of people don't go to the walk. They got revolutionaries. They got cold killers. Never get a chance to go to the walk. Go to the big yard, like they would say, the big yard.
Correct. So
it was this. I think you know, when you're talking about prison and individuals, you know, if I don't like you, I could basically say whatever. You know, let the masses judge. You know, but definitely not PC.
You have to take somebody. I guess you would believe someone if they actually did time with, or like maybe somebody's bunkmate, cellmate. I guess would you believe that person? But even that person, do you believe totally? Like if someone tell you, yeah, that was my silly, and this person was that. Like, do you believe what you don't see?
Nah, I don't. Because I've heard dudes say, oh, this dude was a homosexual. And then when I get there and go, the dude ain't a homosexual. Because if you don't like me, it's just easy for you to say, kind of like cloud chasing, kind of. You know what I'm saying? Like this is a new school thing, but back in the day, like if I ain't like you, I could put any kind of jacket on you. You know what I'm saying? And just say it. And then people, then when I go, I'm looking for that. I'm saying, man, that dude ain't even like that. This is bad low.
Ah, man. All right, Bobby, let's get to it. You learn of, you know, your mentor, and you say he was confined to a wheelchair.
He was confined to a wheelchair. He got shot. They did a armored car, and like I said, in '72, and he was shot by a sheriff He was in a wheelchair. Very famous. He was a truth.
Okay.
He was one of the most respected dudes on that plantation, which is Angola.
Definitely.
You know, because of the work that he put in New Orleans as a Black Panther.
His name was
Micey.
Okay. Okay, yeah.
Wally Moo is Swahili for teacher.
Definitely.
Yeah, he would be like a Baba, like me, but I'm Baba Shaka. Baba means is elder, father, teacher, grandfather.
Correct.
So in Swahili.
So you know you're doing 5 years, or you get out early, or you know the 5 years you're doing. You know when you're getting out.
Mm-hmm.
So as the last 6 months before you get out, how was that last 6 months? Are you prepping for what you're about to do when you get out? Are you you staying clean?
It was no thing of staying clean because I'm a revolutionary and I was his student. And he was trying to get me ready for society because I'm going back out. I've been locked up 5 years, and he trying to basically he was schooling me. He was teaching me. He was doing what an OG is supposed to do. He was teaching me. When I say he was just telling me what I need to do to survive out there, to stay away from the gangs that I was gonna be headed back to in my neighborhood that wasn't there when I left. You know how things change as you're doing time.
Right. New people come in to tell you about how to
they telling me
home.
Yeah, they telling me they're like, hey man, this going on in your neighborhood. I'm like, what? Because my neighborhood was the suburbs. You know, everybody had a mom and dad. You know, peach trees and apple trees and pecan trees in the neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? Now when I'm going back, crack done hit the scene. You know, when I get out, it's the movie Nino Brown. What was it? New Jack City.
Yeah, New Jack City. Yeah.
Colors of New Jack City. So I'm going to something that I'm foreign to. So my OG, which was my Baba, he like, listen, you need to go out there and you need to school them because they killing the community with crack. You need to tell them about bank robberies. And I'm like, I'm listening to him. But whatever he tell me, I'm listening. You know, and he's telling me, he's like, look, man, they trying to give it to us. We ain't got to kill our community. So when you get out, you make sure you've been in Angola, you're a thoroughbred, you done made it, and you tell them. And so I was preparing to come home.
So when you got out, you knew you was gonna rob a bank, though.
I knew I was gonna rob a bank. So I had a.
Hold on. Before you do that, before you say that, you know that's some wild shit. Like, like no job, no. I'm gonna see what my mama talking about. Like, we finna hit these banks
because I'm indoctrinated.
Oh yeah.
A lot of people. I'm indoctrinated. I'm you know how somebody would be. You can get indoctrinated in anything. Like when you damuing, you get indoctrinated into, the soldier walk. You know what I'm saying? And I got indoctrinated into.
So let me ask you, because you're coming out of Angola, but you said if I rob banks, the worst they could do is send me federal. Is what you're saying? You're telling yourself.
Well, I'm saying I'm not gonna rob banks in the state of Louisiana because I'm not gonna go back to Angola.
Okay. So just get out.
I'm not going back to, because I've seen as a young kid, I saw the contradictions, which we're going to talk about through this interview. There's a lot of contradictions. There's a lot of illusions. We caught up in a lot of illusions of the world. So when I got out, I got a job. I did get a job, and my people called me, and they was like, "You ready?" So I had some people come to me. It was like, look, we finna handle business. And I went and we did it.
Are you out of are you back in Shreveport?
I'm back in Shreveport.
Are you on the borderline of Texas, or were you where you looking at? You still looking at Louisiana? Like, all right, here we go.
No, well, but it was supposed to be, like I said, I was indoctrinated. So it was supposed to be for a cause and what we was doing.
Correct. Yeah.
It wasn't to get a new car or, to flex. It was, and I'm a soldier. So, we did it. And I got like $3,000. I think we might have hit for like $200,000.
So let's walk through that. So this is your first one, right?
Yeah, this is my first one. So in my mind, I'm automatically saying, wait a minute, I'm being pimped. Nah, y'all saying, this is gonna happen. And my discipline wasn't strong enough for me to soldier, to be a follower, to do this. So by me doing that first one, I said I could do it myself.
How old are you on that first one?
At this time?
Yeah.
23.
Before doing it, did they tell you, hey, we're going to split this X amount of ways?
No.
So you didn't even know what the hell you were walking into, what you were getting out of it?
No. But I know that it was a lot, and I only got $3,000, and I'm not going to do it no more.
You're not down for cars like that?
I'm out on the streets. I need a car. There's things that I want. And, I think that my selfishness and just wasn't going to go for it. I ain't finna do it.
How many people were part of that heist?
4 of us all together. I never saw them again. They were revolutionary. They was the real deal.
Right. Come in. Yeah, they probably from somewhere. Come in.
They came in. My people sent them to me.
Yeah.
And they left me with the mindset of, oh, I can do this shit by myself.
So what was the strategy? What was the strategy for that first one? Like, because you kind of know the game.
Mm-hmm.
You knew what was about to happen. You knew. Were you the mastermind? Were you?
No.
Yeah, take us through that one.
Okay, well, I'm basically a fresh fish. I'm still young. It's my first bank, so I'm just listening. I'm a soldier. I'm listening to whatever they say. Whatever they say I need to do, then that's what I'm going in with a mask. If I'm supposed to watch the door, then I'm just gonna watch the door. I'm gonna stand there and watch the door while they make their moves where they need to go to the vault. It's a takeover. So I'm basically soldiering at this time. And by me standing there watching, I'm like, man, this shit easy.
Y'all case it beforehand? Like
they cased it.
They cased it. So they already prepped.
They cased it.
Okay.
They cased it. I'm like I said, I'm soldiering. I'm basically, I'm a follower. I'm doing what a soldier do.
Was it indeed as easy as you thought it was?
It was really easy.
Oh, okay.
Look at him shaking his head. It was easy.
Easier than what I thought.
It was definitely easy. It's definitely easy.
Do people, and just bank robbers in general, do they expect resistance? Did you expect resistance? Did you guys expect
No, because
resistance?
once you go in, you realize that the people in there are just workers. Like they regular people. They want to go home. It ain't a tough guy. It ain't a, you understand what I'm saying? These are women. These are women who, you know what I'm saying? So you like, they're trained to give you the money. Once you learn that they're trained to give you the money, you like, they trained to give me the money?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
This is what's up.
Yeah, and I have homeboys, they're dead now, they rest in peace. They was Bloods and Crips. And I used to tell them, hey man, look, instead of doing this, y'all finna get ready to do a kick dough and kidnap somebody. This back in the 90s in Shreveport. Shreveport was a hell of a city, right? So before y'all doing that, instead of doing that, go in the bank. And they would look at me like, man, them white people gonna put you up under the jail. Niggas, you crazy? But this the mind of being programmed. You have everybody selling crack in every neighborhood, but nobody is willing to go get the money where the money is stashed at. It don't make sense to me. If we're dogs, listen, if we dogs, we pits, and we out in the yard, and our master is saying, y'all come get it. And we go run, and that one dog gonna be like, damn, food up in the house. We're trying to get up in the house to get the food. Because we out here, we out here getting this little bit that's in the pan, but the money is there. It's an irrational way of thinking now that I'm 55 years old. But back then, it's like, man, I got the goggles on. I'm thinking, like I'm woke. You know what I'm saying? Like, you niggas keep on doing what y'all doing. I'm going to go do this. I come back, I got a Jaguar. I come back, I got a drop top BMW. I come back, and they like, man, what the hell? I told y'all, bro. I told y'all still set tripping and over crumbs and to get more time. They get more, you get more time selling crack before the crack law. You get more time selling crack than robbing a bank.
Right.
That's why when we go to the feds, it's mostly white dudes in prison for bank robbery. They get 5 years. You think that you're gonna get life? You think the sentencing guideline was set up for them, right? When you went back in the day in the 60s and the 70s, when they were robbing banks, they go in, get out. So it's a known fact. Now, if you go in there and you shoot somebody, that's a whole different story.
Okay.
You go, but for the most part, you get lesser time.
Speaking of going there and shooting somebody, did you have anybody that resisted? Like, nah, like a hero? Like, so that's just in the movies.
Well, I used to tell them, listen, if we see somebody with a certain type of truck driver hat, like if we would have seen somebody with a pro bass hat on, a white boy, we ain't going in because he's gonna be a hero. Yeah, he done been to Vietnam, he done been in the military, and you don't deal with them. You see what I'm saying? Because he gonna be able to look at us and tell us, man, damn kid, that ain't no real gun. If you went in there with if the gun wasn't real, so. You gotta pick your battles wisely when you scoping it. When you go in, it's like, okay, this the right time to do it.
Did you ever go in there and say, "This is not your money"?
Yeah. We said it all the time. We said it all the time. We always say.
But that's what you want to say.
Yeah. But I mean, it's like I want to convince you to give me the money as fast as you can, and then I'm not gonna hurt you.
There you go.
Right. I just want you to let's make this smooth.
So
you know what I'm saying? You don't have to cry because I don't want them crying and nobody have a heart attack. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So
you want them to be calm. Like, man, look, this ain't y'all money. It's insured by FDIC. Was it FDIC?
Right.
FDS. It's insured. The money is insured.
So let me know, because we're about to go into your personal when you did by yourself. So are you going in masked up?
At that time, yes.
Is it bandana? Is it stocking cap?
Mask, ski mask.
Ski mask. Okay, yeah, you scary.
Ski
All right. What is your
It
weapon?
wasn't until later, when I started trying to analyze, a better way to do it. I always trying to think of better ways to do it.
So you walk in with a ski mask.
Yeah, we would get out the stolen car, run in, come back out, get in the stolen car, and we got another car. We get to another destination, jump out that car, and get and
one of the most famous. Yeah, we went to get to yours. We got to get to yours. But,
yeah,
because one of the most famous movies was Reservoir Dogs.
Okay, so the movie, the bank that me and him did here in Dallas, we had Clinton president masks.
Oh yeah. Oh, y'all went in what's the movie with y'all went in like Point Break.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that was Vernon. Oh, that was okay. We about to get on that.
94. This was before that movie.
So let me ask you: do you have a time frame in which you're gonna get in, get out? Is it like 5 minutes? If it's not done, I'm
2-3 minutes. We out of there.
All right, so 2-3 minutes is the time frame.
We're doing a takeover. At that point, we was doing takeovers because we trying to, we going in this bank with the idea we ain't gonna rob another bank. That was my was my thought.
Everyone is the last one.
Everyone is the last one.
Okay, yeah.
Everyone is the last one.
12 banks later.
Everyone is the last one. Everyone is the last one. And that comes from being ignorant, not having the right people to show you how to invest your money. So we young, so we buying cars, we buying Daytons, you know what I'm saying?
So wait,
go ahead.
I'm just thinking like you never was like, but damn, I got all this money. Let's jump in the drug game too. Like that was never thought that like let's.
No, because I was already indoctrinated about not selling crack, not selling drugs.
Gotcha. Okay.
You see what I'm saying? So I'm trying to get everybody else on the same page with me, but they like, nah, niggas, you crazy.
So what was your biggest hit?
Solo Dolo, about 200,000. 200,000.
And he was like, I don't know what to do with this money.
All my friends were dead or in prison, and I was the only one that was out because I wasn't selling dope, but I'm the only one out, and I traveled. I traveled throughout the United States, so money don't bring you happiness.
That is facts.
And I gave my money away.
Easy come, easy go.
I fed the homeless, go to the strip club, and just give money away.
You might have paid somebody's rent, and she might be a doctor right now.
Yeah, most definitely.
Let me ask, what was your weapon of choice, or did you go in with the note just to say, let me pass you the note?
After I was free from the bank with him, I learned the law about firearms. So what I would do is go to Walmart and get the 9mm air gun. And when I come out the bank, I always throw the gun on top of the building. Because now, you in my subconscious mind, I'm preparing myself that I'm gonna get caught. But if I do get caught, that air pellet is on top of the bank, so you can't charge me with the firearm.
Yeah.
So if you charge me with the firearm, that's where you get most of your time at.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? The bank basically carry
armed robbery is different than just a robbery.
Exactly. So I'm throwing it up there. You know what I'm saying? I got my gloves on, boom, throw it up there. You know.
Did you ever try to use a note?
No.
Okay, so it has to be.
Using a note, you probably gonna get about $7,000
from that one teller.
Yeah. And unless you can hit the commercial teller, and he's gonna have up to about 50,000. The commercial teller, but like I said, each bank is your last bank, so you're trying to get in the vault.
Do you get in the vault, or do you get frustrated with the manager moving too slow?
As long as you're able to control crowd control, and I could convince you that I'm not gonna hurt you, man, I'm people ready to get that money up. I was in a vault. We was telling him on the way here. I was in a vault solo dolo with a sister, black woman, and she said, "Baby, I wish you could hide some of this money." Yeah. So these are regular people, bro. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's crazy as all this sounds, man. These are regular people, but they don't care about that. They don't want you to take their life, you know. And as long as I can convince you, bro, look, I ain't got nothing against you. I just want these people money.
What about security guards though?
Okay, so when you scoping a bank, you want to make sure you get one that they don't have security guards. And most of the ones most of the banks that's compact didn't have security guards back in the day. Now, if you come downtown, there's gonna be a security guard. It's always gonna be a security guard downtown.
What about the paint pellets or the siren, the money that make like a?
Have one of them splattered on me?
Yeah.
Yeah, the one that we hit, we didn't know anything about that. And when we came out the bank, it exploded. I told him to drop it. Did we drop it? We dropped it, and we skid skirted.
Yeah. And when you hear somebody back, that's That's one of his accomplices back then, Vernon. We're gonna bring him in. We're not gonna bring him in yet.
Okay.
We're getting right there. We're getting right there.
Have you seen the movie Set It Off?
Mhm.
What did they do wrong in any part of it?
What they did wrong? It was a takeover. Okay, look, they did so many things wrong. They did so much wrong. From dealing with the takeovers. Trying to see how they end up getting busted. But what I learned, what I can say about bank robbery or any type of see how to say this, any type of crime, how white boys are so good at doing crimes, you don't even see it. You understand what I'm saying? They go through Walmart and they got one item and ding, 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 and they got like $500 worth of groceries and just walk on out. You see what I'm saying? So when you got some people, they from the hood and they get out of the car, the guns drawn, you're drawing attention to yourself. Then you go in there, you got people got their hands up. Well, somebody in the drive-through. So when you look over in the drive-through, they're gonna drive off. You know what I'm saying? Because they see everybody with their hands up. The people in the drive-through got their hands up. So you want to be smooth. You got to be smooth when you doing anything. Anything criminal, it got to be done smooth. You know what I'm saying?
In the movie The Town, that's how I know that you're absolutely telling the truth. They case a bank job, and the guy says, "I don't like the guard on this. He's got the high top boots. He's got the gun. He's going to be waiting for us. He's going to kill us." They decide to rob it anyway. They go into the bank. When they come out, the guy has one of them. So when you're preparing for a bank, you do have to look at, is the guard 60 and retired? He's not going to give you any problem. You don't want a 28-year-old Marine with 2 pistols.
He's going to be a hero.
Shiny boots.
He's gonna be a hero.
And did you find it hard to convince your friends to rob banks instead of stealing drugs? Because the casinos are the same way. They won't rob a casino and get probation, but they'll sell drugs and get 10 years. And they
absolutely right.
1/100th of the money you get from robbing a casino or bank.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. Absolutely right.
Let me ask you, because we're about to bring in one of your compadres.
Okay.
But you're doing this solo dolo. Why would you ever invite anybody in on this? Like you start off with a group of guys.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest you hit was 200,000. And let me just ask you before you answer that. What location were these banks? Where are you at? Are you in Louisiana, Texas? Where you going?
Well, it depends when you're talking.
I'm talking when you're on your solo run. How many banks did you hit?
About 19.
19 banks.
19. It's addictive. It's very, very addictive.
Man, how often? Like once every?
Well, it depends on how irresponsible I was.
Okay, so summers you might have turned up during the summer.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it depends on how you flexing.
Okay.
You got a concert coming. You want to get the 24 passenger, double axle limo.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? If you flexing, you're responsible.
We're gonna get to the lifestyle of it.
Okay.
But with that being said, what was your locations? Were you mostly Louisiana?
Houston, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona. Louisiana was a no because of Angola.
Yeah, correct.
We did hit a bank and the dot went off, and I was like, nah, we're going to Texas.
All right. Now when you say we, all right, let's go and do it. Let's make sure he's on. Let's get him on. We are about to bring in my man Vernon. Vernon, did you have a nickname you went by before we even introduced
you? This is where it gets like some bullshit, you guys. Now, and as you can see, he told them a lot more stuff than he told me. The way the story went, he was way more candid. But now we're gonna get into the story, and you're gonna see where he is going to look. They're gonna make the way that this whole story is going to turn out is he's going to look demonized. I want you guys to pay attention to this. This is crazy. Go ahead.
This Vernon, God damn this.
Man. I didn't get a nickname. I went to prison.
So wait. And Vernon, if you don't mind, for those who are seeing you, introduce yourself real quick.
My name is Vernon. I did 25 years in prison for bank robbery.
All right.
4 bank robbery. Well, I was actually charged for 3, but the 4th one, which was the first one in Shreveport, they wrapped that inside the conspiracy count. So okay. I was charged for it, but not charged for it, basically.
So you did 4 in your lifetime.
Mm-hmm.
This man did. I can't even count. So
the very first one I robbed was with him.
Okay.
And we had a driver. And then I did another one by myself with the same driver. And I did the 3rd one with him with the same driver. And then the 4th one I did by myself with the same driver.
All right, so stay right there. We're gonna put a face to the name.
So yeah. How did I pick them?
Yeah, and let me ask you, as you got to speak, as you know, Vernon is a name. And at the time you were going by
Eric.
E-R-E.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all didn't use nicknames. Blue, yellow,
Nah,
Mr. Pink.
no.
No, because when we went in the banks, we didn't talk.
Okay,
We already talked about everything we could
So you
possibly
didn't have to get
talk.
nobody's attention. Like
Nope.
y'all just okay. All right.
I knew what my job was when I went in the bank, and that was just
So we
I'm a
did
soldier.
practice runs on
Fast food places.
fast food restaurants.
That's
So
what
I hit 3 fast food restaurants within an hour.
What, like a Bojangles or something with you?
Taco Bell, Kentucky Fried
KFC,
Chicken,
and I'm basically showing how
in
easy
an
it is.
hour.
An hour.
Now I was at home. Now when him and the other guy named was Larry, when they came home and they started telling me about that, I was like, well, goddamn. All right.
Yeah, we pouring out the money, like, I see, I'm telling like, man, see how easy this shit is, man. Blase, man, this shit easy. I told him, you know what I'm saying?
So I'm like, well, fuck it, I want in too. Yeah.
So I just want to get your mindset real quick. You need some paper. You're like, oh, I'm trying to do something tonight.
Mhm.
You just go rob.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I remember a concert in Houston when R. Kelly was coming to Houston, and I was like, well, shit, I'm finna go to the Versace boutique in the Galleria, pay by $5, for me to Versace, then I'm gonna get the limo, I got some of the strippers that I knew, like, hey man, look, this how we flexing. So now I done went through a whole bunch of money because I'm getting them money, I'm buying the bar, I'm up in Atlanta, Magic City, I'm hanging with, I ain't gonna say their names, but it was during the time of the Atlanta Falcons. Right. So when I got this money, look, when I got this money, right, I'm able to go to the bar and buy the bar. So anywhere you at and you got the money to buy the bar, these celebrities, they gravitate to you.
Are you a good looking, strapping young man back then? Like, man, I'm already looking fly as fuck.
Yeah, most definitely.
The ladies, they follow.
Yeah, most definitely. Then
You buy the bar, my nigga. It's like,
you buy the bar. You buy the bar. So now you got NFL players in Atlanta. They peep it because the DJ saying, man, somebody just bought the bar. I'm standing at the bar, like, hey man, y'all give it. You know what I'm saying? So they coming over to me like, man, what's up, man? Where you from? So now you meeting people.
What do you tell people you do?
I never had to tell nobody what I did.
Oh, want to ask?
No, they didn't ask. They
smart. It's too much money. Whatever.
They would say, man, follow us, man. They would say, follow us. I might be in Houston, and
your camera's not connected.
They don't watch this. So I can say their names, but everybody watch this. But I'm in Houston, and I'm at Jamaica back in the day when they had Jamaica. And they be like, man, follow us. I said, what a party at? And I end up going out to a mansion, and it's a big old party.
Does your mom know what you do?
Not at this time, she didn't.
But you was just taking care of everything.
Yeah, she didn't.
Ask no questions or nothing.
Yeah, well, she didn't really know what was going on.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? She knew I was popping up with new cars and stuff like that. I think she probably thought I sold drugs or something like that,
What's the craziest car you had? That many, huh?
I had a. Do you remember when I had a '68 Newport? As the car that Malcolm X had doing the movie, I had that. I had a white one. Remember that?
Was it pristine? Was it pristine? Was it like?
It was tight.
Ooh.
Yeah, it was tight.
Ooh.
See how he's like facing like leaning away from him like in a certain way. Listen, this whole thing is weird. Listen, man, it's sad. This is sad. So he brought Vern to Real Life Street Stars. He drove him there. He said that he wanted to bring him there, and you're gonna see how by the time this whole thing gets through, now he becomes the predator.
So let me ask. All right, so you're doing this by yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Why
keep Larry?
Yeah, why not keep doing it? But why involve anyone in this?
Because now, see, to do a takeover to get in the vote, at that point, that's in the beginning stages of my development in robbing banks. So I need some help. Now, mind you, all my homies that was banging, they already told me, they laughed at me and told me that, nigga, is you crazy?
But you're telling them though what you do though.
Yeah, I'm telling them, I'm not telling them that I'm robbing. Yeah,
I'm rat or something.
Yeah, so but they was like, man, them white folks gonna put you up on the jail. Now they back to the conversation. Hey man, we're gonna knock on the door when his girl come. You just grab a girl, you hold up, put the gun out here. He gonna open the safe up. I'm like, dog, why y'all doing all that, man? We can just go to the bank. They ain't got no security guard. Why y'all finna do that? You know what I'm saying? And they just always thought I was crazy. Like,
why do you think back then black men would rob from their own versus go get it from?
We program. It's all about being programmed. We are still programmed to this day. We're programmed to do certain things. We're programmed to
destroy ourselves though, like to destroy each other.
You ever heard of the Willie Lynch?
I'm about to say the Willie Lynch.
It's in effect today. I heard Charles White talking about it. He was on point.
Yeah.
He's always on point, but he was on point.
So you're trying to recruit people, and they're just not with it.
They ain't with it. So they thorough. They were thoroughbreds, but they just programmed to lead on white folks shit alone. That's just the way it is, bro. It's just it is all over. This is all over. It's all over.
When he brought it to Larry was thirsty. You was greedy, so that's why Larry took to it.
He come from because he's gonna see this story. But he come from a greedy family. You know, they were shoplifters. Mama was a shoplifter.
Kleptomaniac type.
Yeah. So it was easy to sell to him. But the smart thing about him was he stayed a driver. See,
Did he want to stay a driver? Or you made him stay a driver.
No, he chose to be the driver, and he said, "I got somebody else." I said, "Man, you know that." And I seen him. I was like, "Man, you know, he was in the military. He went to Grambling.
I know it's
He didn't go
cool.
to college." And I'm like, then I thought about it. I was like, well, you know what? You
But I
can't,
went from the streets either.
you can kind of control them a little bit. You know, I'm thinking you can kind of control them a little bit. You know.
Let me ask you, did you feel like you needed a driver?
Yeah, because mind you, I'm trying to hit the vote. I'm trying to get in the vote.
Yeah.
So I need it's gonna be 2 people gonna go in. I need you to be able to watch everybody while I'll be able to hit the desks and go in the back. And then when we get out, you know, we have a driver. Now, to answer your question, we really didn't need a driver. However, I went to the other guy. So he already part of the lick. But he's scary, and he got his minion.
Yeah.
He got him to be able to say, I got a man for you. I'm gonna do the driving. But all the while,
You gotta split it though. Like,
we weren't tripping on
greedy. Let me ask you.
we weren't tripping on. We was never tripping on spending money, right?
Okay, all right. So you weren't moving off of greed.
Yeah, we wasn't. But then we used to do dumb shit like bets. You remember those bets? We had like
Oh, y'all bought the paper up and throw the trash for
listen, one time we made a bet. Do you remember time who could piss the furthest?
Yeah.
We made who could
piss the furthest.
Yeah, we
Who
did.
could drink the fastest?
Yeah, we might have.
Y'all throw money away.
Who win a domino game? Just shoot dice.
So y'all playing with the bank money? Like this, I mean, it's crazy because drug money, and I'm not saying it's easier to get, but when you got bank, I'm thinking like we watch movies, you rob a bank, dude, you can't spend this money for 6 months.
Nah.
Y'all, you gotta act regular.
We left Dallas. We left Dallas. We left Dallas. Went to the mall.
You go shopping. You don't go put it in the bank.
No, you don't.
No, so
No, we didn't put it in the bank.
So wait.
Everything's with it.
Yeah.
We just had
Buy liquor.
we just had a Freeway Rick Ross up here 2 days ago.
I know Rick.
And Rick Ross said he chose to stay low key getting that much money.
Mhm.
But as bank robbers, y'all like, let's go with cash on you, let's go spend it. Get rid of it.
And the reason
When you're in the hood, you buying liquor, you buying weed, you buying clothes.
He beside you down. He's R. Kelly concert.
But once we robbed the bank, he went his way, we went our way.
because they was a different, you know, they were school boys. I'm already on some different shit. You know, and they was
We
good
might have
dudes.
hung out here and there, but
Like, you buying bars, living lavish. Isn't that a red flag to like the laws may look my way?
Nah, because I'm in a spot where I'm in the spots where Deion Sanders and I'm in a spot where Andre Rison and Left Eye. You know what I'm saying?
Where the money is.
Yeah,
The
I'm
money's
right
already
there in
given.
Atlanta. I'm in Atlanta back in the day. You know, Freak Neek, Jack the Rapper,
I like how you
convention.
said Left Eye and Andre Rison. So you was around when the house got.
Yeah. I moved from we hit a lick. we hit a lick here in Dallas, and we was on 20, and I was in the back seat, and I had the big old bag. You remember that? We was in the Acura. We was in the Acura Legend, and I had a trash bag just full of money. It was about this big.
Ooh.
And
150. No, it was 84,000.
yeah.
84,000.
So
That's what they count. The Fed said it was.
Yeah, what denomination of bills are y'all?
20s,
Everything.
50s,
Okay.
ones, because we getting the I'm cleaning them out.
Man, the bank got more than 84,000 in there.
No, on this particular bank.
That was 84.
Oh, that's all.
Yeah, this was a bank.
I mean, I've hit one for about 34,000, but it was a small credit union.
Oh, yeah, 94. The money, yeah, I'm thinking money. Yeah, that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. For a day. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money a day.
But that's why we keep on doing it, though. Think about it. Think about it. This is why we keep on.
At 20 years old, I wasn't thinking about no house. I wasn't thinking about.
Yeah, but we leaving Dallas, and I'm in the back seat, and I'm saying, man, I'm telling them, stay with the speed limit, bro. You're driving. Stay with the speed limit. Don't swerve, bro. We got to make it all the way back to Shreveport. But I'm praying too. I'm praying like, God, if you let us get back to Shreveport, I ain't doing it no more.
You found religion right then.
Remember, every bank is your last bank, right? But by the time we go and we got the money spread it out, you know what I'm saying? We done went through the money, make sure there was no die or no monitors, because we're gonna throw them out. You know what I'm saying? And so what I did was I moved to Atlanta. because I wanted a new start. You know, and then
Fresh
then,
start.
yeah, but then when I get there, you know, I go out there with 40 grand. I leave them.
Right.
I left them, but
You
they
tell, tell them what you're doing. Like, hey, I'm
no. I went on my way. Didn't even tell them I was going.
We had some other shit going on.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
At this point, after between the third and the fourth robbery, greed started to take a hold of.
We had other people watching. They had people watching them.
Yeah,
that was thugging, and they like, man, hold on, where are these with all this money?
Yeah, we had other shit going on.
Yeah, why they coming up? How they coming up with this money?
You felt that? You saw that with what's going on there? So you chose to like let me lead this.
Yeah, well, the other people started influence.
Yeah, some of it was directed towards him.
Yeah, they want to try to rob. The other dudes want to try to rob me through the drivers.
Through us.
You see what I'm saying? Like, man, that nigga they ain't gonna rob them. They gonna rob me. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I said, you know what, man, I'm finna go to the A, man. I'd already said I wasn't gonna rob a bank no more, so I moved to the A. You know what I'm saying? And once I got to the A, it was a whole different ball game from being in Shreveport. You know what I'm saying? For his plugs, for his my dress attire, my attire changed from, you know, rugby polo or, you know, some heel finger. It changed into linen. You know what I'm saying? It changed the open-toe Morris sandals. It changed to Versace. Because when you go in the boutique, you go in a Versace boutique in any galleria, you know, you paying $5,000 for a shirt. You know what I'm saying? So, you know.
And you in with 40 grand?
I'm going in. Yeah, I'm flexing. So now the spit, I went out there, got a crib, and then I'm watching them how they move, and I'm like, oh man, I can move like that. I can move like that. Hold on, let me go hit a lick. Come back the next weekend, shit, I'm moving like that. I mean, you know what I'm saying? You going to Nicky's. Back then they had Nicky's, Magic City, a couple of other little spots, but you know. Once you're known for coming up in there with you know, you got the money, you kind of like a celebrity.
What's the most you bless someone with, either a stripper or a homeless person?
Well, I used to do stuff like, my ex-wife gonna see this. I used to do stuff like buy food. We go and spend like $500, $1,000 on Popeyes, and we fill the truck up, and then we just go down to Ralph Abernacle. That's where all the homeless people in Atlanta, and you know, just like y'all have different little places where they at, and we go feed them. You know, I used to like to see.
You never blessed one single person? Like
I used to like to see. I told him on the way here. I used to like to, you know how the man had the board saying, you know, we'll work for food or
the man on the corner.
You know, I like to see they face when I give them $500. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that. I always did that, man, because I believed in karma. I believed in God and I believed in karma, but I wanted to soften, you know, my situation.
The weight of it.
Because mind you, I was being blessed. I hate to say this, and it's gonna sound crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Talk that shit.
I was being blessed.
Yeah.
To be able to get away with this.
No, you listen.
You understand what I'm saying?
There's a story of Robin Hood. You rob from the rich, you give to the poor.
Yeah. So because I knew, you know, I was doing something wrong, but I'm like, man, I'm being blessed. I gotta, you know, and I go to the strip club, and I wasn't going to the strip club, you know, tricking. I didn't look at it as tricking.
Blessing, yeah.
I would say, they say, man, you need some girls. I was like, nah. How much you gonna make tonight? They were like, probably 2,500. I'm like, I'm gonna give you 2,500. Just sit down and talk to me.
Boom. Man, the blessing.
You ain't gotta dance. I don't want, you know, I got Versace pants on. They silk or satin. I don't want you to mess my pants up.
Don't even sit on me. Oh.
You know, but I mean, but like I said, I'm crying inside though, because I'm not happy.
Search.
Now, I want to ask you, because I heard you say that earlier, like you have all this money, but you're not happy. Is it because of the type of money you have? Because
no, it's just that it was like this, bro. I had no real friends.
Right.
Nobody to trust. I had left them, so I'm solo dolo. You know, and everybody that I met, they dealt with me because I had money. It's evident, you know, because if you're an NFL player, you only dealing with me because I just bought the bar. You telling me about the next party, we're going to your house, you know, I'm going to swinger parties, I'm doing all this, but I'm only invited because I got money. So nobody that you meet is gonna be genuine. You see what I'm saying? Now the only person gonna be genuine is the bartender that you just gave $2,500 because you're like, man, I don't want you working, just talk to me. Let's just talk. I ain't tricking. I ain't perverted out the game. You dig what I'm saying? Now, because I gave her $2,500, she want to be friends. Right. Yeah. Where you going? Wait, what hotel you in? You know what I'm saying? So, you know, then she put me up on other things, and my lick is I'm dealing with. So now I'm dealing with scamming. I'm dealing with, you know, I'm meeting Africans. I'm meeting. There's a whole.
Nah, for real. Nah, keep going.
You see what I'm saying? Because you know, you got money, you gonna meet other people that make money. It's all about being in the right place with money. You see what I'm saying? So now she's telling me about some licks, and I'm like, man, I'm with that. I'm with that too. Because I'm, you know, hey, look, I would like to watch my money too. So can I do that? Can you do that?
So I just want to ask, having a lot of money, you wasn't feeling well. So what's the inverse of that? Not having all that paper to play with.
Well, because that's gonna speed me on up to the present. Okay.
So let me ask you, this is for you too, Ronnie.
Okay.
For the links that y'all get from banks, what is an amount of money? Because I know every time it's like, oh, I'm gonna get to every time it's gonna be like, I'm gonna get to the next bank, but technically everyone is the last one, at least as you stated.
Mm-hmm.
For you, Baba, and for you, Vernon, what is an amount of money that you were hoping to hopefully walk away with that would have retired you? That you know, knowing what you know now.
$1 million.
$1 million?
$1 million.
Vernon.
You ain't gonna believe this, but I didn't do it for the money.
What? All right, we're gonna get to your show.
Yeah, he.
Wait a minute. Is the thrill of the chase? Wait a minute. All right. So,
you know what, man? I'm glad you asked that question because I used to always say to myself, man, I'm not gonna stop. I was chasing a meal ticket. I said, I'm either gonna die, or I'm gonna go to jail. It's the only thing gonna stop me. I didn't give myself a way out. I spoke it into existence. I manifest like basically going to prison. I'm kind of glad I went to prison because I changed. I changed my life.
Outlaw.
But for the most part, what was I saying?
No, you're saying you either gonna die or go to prison.
Yeah. So
there was no.
So you basically don't live. I wasn't giving myself a way out.
Yeah.
I'm saying if I want $1 million, I want a meal ticket.
So you never thought about like, let me leave. I'm gonna leave the country one day, go live in Mexico, buy a hut.
Didn't start doing that till recently. Just came back from Africa, Cape Town.
Damn. Can you tell me about shout out going to Africa for that.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all both mentioned the story of where the money was laced with the color dye.
Mm-hmm.
Can y'all explain that story? Like, did y'all know about that beforehand, like about dyes? But y'all learned on the job.
Mm-hmm. We learned
on the job training.
Yeah, take us through that because it's like you see movies and oh shit.
You want to tell the story? Go ahead.
When we went in the first bank and I jumped over the counter. I had the bag to put he did all the talking. I'm just collecting the money.
So I like I said, if I'm in the room, I got the Mossberg pump.
Mossberg is the money.
I got the Mossberg. You know, you get surgical with that thing. Right? So I'm standing in the middle and I'm watching everything. I'm telling him, go. And he boom, 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 boom. Let's go. And because he got the same bag, he didn't mess around and got a wad that had the red dye. Once the red dye busted
once it hit outside, that temperature changes that chemical thing in it. That's what makes it pop.
Temperature change.
Yeah.
Let me ask real quick. I don't want to shout out the name of the company, but what y'all use, like Hefty? As far as bags, like I'm just curious. Like,
I don't know. You probably got heavy duty. Because you got to go in. When you go in, you got to have something folded. You can't be seen walking the bag. So
okay, but
just to kind of clarify what he was saying about what he wore in that first robbery that I was with, we had on stocking masks.
Yeah, we had
like just regular pantyhose.
But somebody he knew recognized him. That's why we stopped using stocking masks.
Yeah, you got a recognizable face.
No, it was a girl that I was dating at the time.
Yeah, she knew that showed it on news.
She knew it was on the 5 o'clock news.
Yeah.
And so because she knew what I was involved in, and she saw it on the news, she paged me because we had pagers then.
Mm-hmm.
And so then when I called her, she said, "What did you do today?" And I was like, "Nothing." She said, "Because me and my brother," she said his name. She said, "Me and my brother, we was sitting watching the 5 o'clock news, and we saw you jumping over the counter. Hold that thought. Let me call you back. Hey, look, y'all, we ain't doing sales in Shreveport no more. No man.
She looked out for you though. She looked out for you. She didn't.
Now I want to say this. I want to say something right quick. I just thought about something. We laughing about this now because we didn't change our life. We in Texas, and the DA and the special agents, the FBI agents, they still here in the city. They're gonna see this. We just basically just reminiscing.
Oh yeah, this is not to make it sound like
we definitely don't. I'm not glorifying it because it's irrational thinking to do some shit like that.
You have to learn from mistakes you made to move forward in life. And I'm glad. And mind you, even as we're having this conversation, this is not to encourage other people to.
No, definitely not.
We basically trying to sell our story. We trying to sell our story to do. So, but I just had to say that because we are in, and they will get this. They will get this and be like, this nigga got a Range Rover. Them niggas back together.
They plot.
You see what I'm saying? We smiling and they don't like that. It's just like, man, the man did 25 years. I did, decks of time, bro.
But hold on. He'll be honest with you. Behind these smiles, that is still a small fear factor because we talk about this all the time.
Yeah.
Because of things that I was associated with my other friend, my other guy, that I feel like he would associate me with that. I still have a fear that because I knew that he had killed his friend, that I still have that fear like, oh my God, he's still gonna do something to me.
Yeah.
It's possible.
So you know, it was hard for us to get here, right? Remember, it's been you've been trying to get me for about almost a year. So, but when we linked up, he was like, "Man, you ain't gonna take me to Texas and kill me, are you?" I'm like, "Come on, man." I'm like, "Come on, man, nah, man." I said, "Bro, nah," but I'm basically telling him like, "Man,
I share my location with 2-3 people, man. Make sure they know. Hey, look, I'm going to Dallas. Y'all make sure y'all keep track of me just in case Aaron decides to do something.
But I feel like I told him I feel like I owe him. With his testimony, I feel I owe you, bro, and I'm gonna get our story told. You see what I'm saying?
Was Dallas one of y'all's spots that y'all hit?
Yeah, it was big.
Actually, the credit union that I robbed
was in Mesquite
twice. It was the same credit union.
Yeah, he robbed.
It was in Mesquite.
You brought the same one twice.
Yeah, so did.
We had,
So you're not supposed to go back to the scene of the crime. It was that easy?
It's a story.
Okay, but we'll get to it.
It's a story. Remember, all this was encompassed in like a 9-month span.
Okay.
So
before, yeah.
Now, my involvement, I don't know about his before, after me, but mine, once he came in, or a little bit before him and a little bit after him, was all a 9-month span from
Vernon, in that 9-month span of a year, how much money did you see? Just real quick.
Between the banks and the fast food places.
About 200,000.
Yeah, about that.
About how much?
200,000.
200. Because in the banks alone, the feds calculated 154,000.
Yeah, that's not enough. That's not enough.
Nah.
But remember, 94. And that's hold on.
Nah. Even doctors got paid that back then.
Hold on. Talk about in 94 at 20 years old.
At 20, yes, but doctors got paid that.
At 20 years old, you don't. That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
You got mind you.
Arnold Schwarzenegger got paid more.
At 20, where you worked at?
I was working at like a Mexican restaurant. I working at a Mexican restaurant. I actually worked 2 Mexican. I worked at Taco Bell and in another Mexican restaurant.
So now you got dudes selling drugs. They selling drugs to get an aqua legend, get it painted, get the wet paint on it, and get some Dayton's. Because back then we rode Dayton's in Shreveport. We used to ride Dayton's. So he looking at minimum wage to
Rex.
We split it up. He got 40, I got 40, and the driver got 40.
Okay, if I had a 200K in the bag right now, you say what we need to do to get that bag.
Let me say why I said it, because I just seen a documentary, right? I'm watching like Vince McMahon, WWE, and they're talking about like the Ultimate Warrior and Hulk Hogan, their contracts.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like 80,000 for a year. This is back in the same time, 90,000 per year. So I'm like, it's a lot of money for a Taco Bell worker, but it's still not enough.
You mean like
to risk my life? And you're right. You're exactly right. To risk my life, it really wasn't.
Yeah.
How much money do you need to risk your life, though?
When I went
It's nothing.
When I went to prison, my mom used to come visit me, and she say, "Was it worth it?" First 5 years, I was like, "Hell yeah," because I was able to.
I was like, "Hell no!"
Yeah, I was like, because I'm moving with celebrities, I'm moving, doing my thing, but then after 10 years. Being in the maximum security with the misery and the bloody Beaumont and the deaths, I was like, man, no, this is not worth it at all, bro.
Do you think that you could still get away with robbing a bank to this day?
No.
It's not even. It's technology. It's not.
You could, but if I tell you, then I'll be glorifying. Somebody will see it. Like you can do it. It's just like I wouldn't do it.
Right.
Wait. Do you feel like? And I'm not trying to glorify. Do you feel like the amount of time has either shortened or heightened with the 2 to 3 minutes that you gave yourself?
What you mean?
Like, do you feel like if you went into a physical bank
to rob it
needs to get down to 1 minute? Or do you feel like maybe right now, like really 5 minutes?
Still 2-3 minutes. But the thing about bank robbery is the getaway.
That's
the key thing.
Reservoir Dogs, once again.
So now you look at the way technology is, everybody got cameras on the outside of a business. So and then they're able to, the technology, what they do is they run these cameras back like a movie. You remember the movie Ricochet?
Oh, yeah.
They can run these cameras back to you right here at this light. You hit the toll. You hit the Dallas toll. You got off on Frankfurt. You understand what I'm saying? Like, and they can follow you all
license plate now. Like, if you have a license plate, yeah.
They can follow you all the way home because they running. Okay, he got on the Dallas toll. Okay, hit the other one. It's gonna show where you exit at.
Right.
It's but now if you're on a motorcycle in a helmet, you can make it happen.
Yeah. Grab that jetpack and
you can.
Can I disclaimer for this?
Yeah, right. Again, we do not glorify.
Definitely not glorify.
My thoughts and opinions is totally different from his thoughts and opinions. Please let that be known.
See, because let me tell you something about him, right? He said this on the way here. He said, man, that shit used to get a thrill out of that shit. And I was like, yeah. He didn't get a thrill out of it because he didn't do.
Because again, my story and why I did what I did was way different than his reasons why he did what he did.
We'll get to that, but yeah. With that being said, Vernon, what was your weapon of choice if you had a weapon by chance?
It was a gun.
22, 45, Colt revolver.
In the first one, I didn't care because he had the gun. In the first one, I didn't care because he had it. And the second,
I just needed him to move. I'm gonna control the crowd. That's my job.
He hopping over the.
Now, in the first one I did by myself, which was technically the second bank, I used a Ruger.
Mhm.
I think it was 89. I think it was.
Okay, that's business.
Then in the third one, which was the second one with him, we used that was the Tech 9.
Mhm.
And then in the fourth one, which was the second one by myself, I used a Taurus 380.
Oh man, okay. I don't know what the hell that is, but I'm sorry. I'm not a gun enthusiast. I'm sorry.
Again, I'm not either. I didn't grow up in the streets. I don't know jack about guns. I just remember because I remember it.
So where you getting your guns from? Because
they would go to the store and buy them.
okay, you buy whatever the hell's on
They
sale.
would go to the store. They were so green.
He was 21.
Yeah.
So he could legally do it.
Yeah, they go to
So he go to the gun
an
show.
academy.
Yeah, that's for yeah.
It's a lot of
So yeah, a lot of sponsors. A lot of sponsors. So can I ask y'all both, as y'all both are sitting here, in the height of this, because you said you did 4, and of course you already, what for the adrenaline rush of it? Was it before you walked in, or after you walked out, or as you got away, like a week later, like we got away with another one? Where did it?
Going in, getting ready to go in. I used to listen to Against All Odds Pop. See, that's a whole nother level. There's a whole nother level of frequencies, right? This dealing with that'd be something else we talk about. But frequencies and how the frequency of music can control you and how it controls us to this day.
Speaking on something, yeah, you speak.
So I used to put that Against All Odds, man. And I'd be like, you got to take a deep breath and because going in because it's just like that.
So you got a CD? You had a CD that
take the set CD. I had a CD in my
Right, so So you play it and be like, boom, this is your.
That's my theme music.
All right,
that was it. That was it.
Vernon, for you yourself, where was that adrenaline rush? Where did it come in at? During the act, before, after? Did you have any feelings at all? Like, did you just fuck it?
I was basically like it was a peer pressure thing.
He was with a kid.
When I went in, like I said, the twos with him, I was just quiet and let him and Larry do all the talking. I just followed right along. The two I did by myself, it was because of what the credit union was. It was like the 5-minute oil change place next to it. So I stopped in there both times. I went in the bathroom, looked in the mirror, and I was like, "What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck?"
Wow.
I was like, "Fuck,
He was
we here now."
He was easy influence, man. Yeah. Like he was a good kid, but he was one of them type of people where,
Yeah, they peer pressure me into it.
Yeah.
You naive, you green, you a nerd, you know about the street life. And I was like, well, fuck it.
I picked on him a little bit for being green.
Was it like you in your first one? You saw yourself and him?
Nah.
For your first one that you were like,
nah, he was, hey bro, he was square as dick. He was goofball, bro. He just wasn't thinking. Okay. You know what I'm saying? But
that money, I mean, but you're breaking it down with him though.
But I was with the crowd, so I was like, I was a rider. I'm loyal.
Yeah.
Right.
And if I'm with you, I'm with you. So I was like, well, fuck it, we're gonna do it. Let's do it. Let's go.
Y'all split 3 ways, or is it a different?
Yeah, 3.
We split
all right, so
3
evenly 3 ways.
Mm-hmm.
Vernon, what you doing with your money?
What then?
Yeah, back then.
And he was so goofy. If you don't mind me saying it, he was so goofy about his money because he kept on making crazy bets. By the time we do a lick, he already owed me like $40,000.
You laughing, but that's what really happened.
He was in the red going to
He was in the red. He was in the red.
So you owe that bank robbery.
We shoot dice.
He wrecked my damn car.
So you're making wild bets.
Yeah.
That you don't have the money for yet.
We already know going to hit the lick.
God, why don't you go to Vegas?
He's funny though.
He's making wild bets. Go play some.
Yeah, he wasn't thinking. Each bet, it was like a for sure lick.
So you knew you was getting him on the bets.
Another guy too.
He got. Now that I think about it, man, he got the rough end of the stick to the whole situation, bro.
So right when y'all break it up, y'all all right. So this mine, you pull yours back about
when we count it. We count it all up. I'm like, now you owe me 20,000. Let me get that.
Another guy, I owe him. So
you wrecked my car. Remember you wrecked my Spitfire convertible. You didn't wrecked it, and I said, when next lick you gonna pay me on my car. You know what I'm saying? It just was crazy.
So
we young dog. I try. We young kids, man.
Vernon, with any profit, what did you spend your money on? If any profit,
I still bought like some clothes and
some polos.
Polos.
He had a car full of, He
drinking.
They different.
Girls.
Yeah, but say, what were your vices?
Girls.
Okay.
Girls.
Yeah.
Girls. I give a girl $100 just to come spend the night with me. Just
see, you're talking when you say that in 2024. It sounds different. Back then, like, I feel, I hear.
Yeah, remember, I had a pay. I didn't know what a cell phone was in '94.
Did you? Were you staying by yourself? Or you living?
I live with the co-defendant.
Okay, all right. So y'all roommate. Okay, bad. Okay. All right. Well, with that being said, we're gonna go into the second part because you actually get busted. Vernon, real quick before we have you, why y'all are here? Because I want y'all to speak on this. What do you feel like he was doing wrong in these bank robberies, if anything? About
what do you mean doing wrong?
Doing wrong. If you could grade him on his skills of,
I wasn't good enough in that. I wasn't good enough to. Oh yeah, you did this wrong. I was the one being told, hey, do this, do that, and I was like, all right, let's.
So all right, so Bobby, Vernon, what if you could like go back and coach him again? We're not condoning, but if you go back and coach him, what was he possibly doing wrong? What could he have did better?
He wasn't a thinker. You know, Noble Drew Ali said, if I get my people to think, they can free themselves. He just wasn't a thinker. And one of the banks, he jumped over the counter.
Don't say sprained his ankle or something.
No, he jumped over the counter and his whole hand was fingerprint. He was manipulated. He was manipulated, bro. He wasn't really an active. He was an active participant, but he was manipulated. It's hard for me to explain it. What was that?
I didn't grow up until I went to prison.
Yeah, what was that?
Okay. You just having? Were you having fun or were you just like, man,
just
day to day?
Day to day.
Yeah, we would go like
once I found out about what he did, I became very nervous. So I was at that point just because I knew.
Was it an intimidation level as far as him speaking to you, like, hey, we're gonna go do this, or else?
That intimidation. Because I had him, I had the other guy, I had the other guy's uncles and best friends. I was like the only one in that circle that didn't know anything about streets, gangs, drugs, none of that. So I didn't know who to talk to or how to get advice. Whatever they said, I just went.
Where you from, Vernon?
Freeport.
All right, so everybody's from Freeport. Suburban. We're gonna get to your story. We're gonna get into your story because your story itself is, you know, again, y'all met at this time, and then did y'all left each other, or did
I moved to Atlanta? They kept robbing.
Okay.
Until they got caught. When they got caught, they debriefed. ATF come kick my door in up in Atlanta, and extradite me back down here to go to trial for all the banks, all the shit they did. They was gonna put me in their conspiracy.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So all the stuff.
When me and the other guy got arrested, originally it was just me and him. One bank, one gun, conspiracy, and transportation interstate commerce, which is taking stolen things across state lines. But when he finished telling, they added him, 2 more banks, and 2 more guns. So it went from me and him indictment with 4 counts to 3 people on indictment with 8 counts.
Then we end up with 19 counts of conspiracy, aiding in the bed, guns. We had enough counts to give us 100 years individual. I mean, each.
So that's why you want to let everybody know where you was, because how did your name even come up? You done moved away.
I done moved. I done left. I moved to change my life. I went at this point, you know, but they extradited me, came back down here. I'm like, damn, I'm charged with banks that I didn't even do. Like, because it was they was doing licks that I wasn't with them. You know, you understand what I'm saying? So, you know, we end up having a huge trial here in Dallas. And
just to give you a time frame, my trial was going on. Actually, the jury got the instructions to deliberate the same day that Oklahoma bombing was blew up. When Timothy McVeigh did that thing in Oklahoma, that's when I was at trial. The jury was going out to deliberate that day. So that gives you some time frame as to when all this was going on.
And let me ask you, you kept it solid. You did not have a plan to tell on Barbara at all.
I wasn't even my originally when everything first started taking place, the prosecutor wanted to talk to. He talked to my mom. My mom talked to me, baby. They gonna work a deal with you. All you gotta do is tell them what they want to know. Me being the loyal person I am, and no, I can't do that. So they went to the other guy. He told, and then there you go.
They arrested me. So by the time they arrested me, I gotta go to trial because they trying to give me 100 years.
Oh yeah. So during trial, I wasn't gonna testify. Period. He in the cell with me in the holding cell. He's like, hey, look, dude, check this out. I need you to do this. I'll look out for you. Blame it on these 2 people. They dead. They in the ground 6 feet deep. They got killed in the drive-by. Cool. Hey, look. Because now when at trial, the prosecutor was like, now, Mr. Miller, was Eric Rutherford involved in this? No, sir, he was not. Well, who was there? Tyrone and Johnny or whatever. I can't remember their names now, but whoever they was. So So he's like, wait a minute, wait, what? But Larry said, and was like, no, Eric had nothing to do with this.
He actually freed me. As nerdy as he was, as much as we picked on him, he was stand up dude, bro.
So wait, he kept it solid. The Larry said, and you beat him out of all that money.
Like I said, I'm a loyal dude. He said, and some of it was really some of it was fear too. Because I remember I just told you I was still scared of the dude. Yeah, I was still scared of the dude.
But they put him in the tank with me. We both had our suits. Well, I had my suit on. We're going to trial, and I'm like, bro, you motherfuckers kept fucking robbing banks, bro. I'm in Atlanta. You asked me about a damn Lexus. Man, I heard you got a new Lexus, man. A damn Lexus, man. I be down here. You feel me? That's how I was. I'm like, I'm not supposed to be here. You know what I'm saying? Y'all fucked up. You think I'm saying? And the thing,
that's what he said. Basically what he said.
You know what I'm saying? I wasn't gonna put my hands on him because I'm going to trial. That's gonna be guilty. Like you whip the witness. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, dude, come on, bro. Let me make it.
I was like, all right,
and he switched the script. Man, I'm watching the stuff with Young Thug, and he did just like Woody doing right now. He switched it up.
Yeah, YSL Woody. Yeah. He's how you supposed to do.
Yeah. He switched it up.
I can't comprehend. I can't read.
Yeah.
I can't relate. So all right, real quick. And Brother, I'm gonna have you come out, but before I have you come out, when it comes to the 9 months that were y'all in cahoots for 9 months? You said?
No, really. All in all, with him, it was maybe 4 months.
Okay. For what you did learn, as far as even outside of what happened, do you regret yourself as far as ever meeting this man right here?
I would say yeah.
Well, that's a twofold question, and I say that because my answer is, I don't think that all of that was by happenstance, because I think, however all that played out, I went to prison. I don't think that I would be the man I am today without all of that experience.
Going through what he went through.
As rough as it was, or as terrible as it was, or as up and down as it was, I don't think that I would be the mature man I am today had I not went through any of that.
That's some real
So I don't glorify it, but I also don't run from it, because that was my past. I did that.
Definitely.
I can't say I actually, it was a mistake that I went and robbed a bank. No, I did that because a mistake would mean the gun accidentally got in my hand. I went, I
made a choice.
Yeah, I consciously went and did that. The mistake was trusting the people that I did at that particular time.
Well, with that being said, the fact that you said you weren't in it for money, I can't wait to get your story. We're gonna get it, but have you hop on out.
Right.
Have you hop on out. And with that being said, Bob, let me ask you. You got to Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't continue. Did you continue robbing banks in Atlanta?
When I beat the case, when he freed me,
yeah,
I got my freedom back, and I started back robbing banks.
So you beat the case. You beat the feds.
Beat the feds.
People don't beat the feds.
Beat the feds.
Because they got a
98 conviction rate. Mm-hmm. But I didn't understand that. I did not know the difference between fed and any other case. I didn't really get that until after eventually getting caught and learning, people don't beat fed cases. They don't beat fed cases. Not like talking about it. I know a few people in Shreveport that beat the feds. I probably know two crews. One crew might have beat the feds by technicality. But so I'm out in Atlanta. Man. I just Million Man March. I was getting ready to go to Million Man March, hit the bank.
Oh, God damn.
So wait, did you have to rob banks?
No, not at all. That's the craziest thing. That's another part. I told you I come from the suburbs. My mom's a nurse. I come from, my people did it was well to do. I mean, I wasn't a dusty to where I needed it. But at the time, once I started robbing it, I got addicted to the lifestyle. Yeah. Once you get addicted to the lifestyle, then, trying and flexing and shining and just, because it was ignorant. It was real ignorant of me.
I was saying that because, once you have a little paper, like you said, you meet people, like there wasn't no other plays you could come up with besides like another way to generate income.
What, illegal?
Well, outside of African
scams. I mean, because first of all, when you're dealing with people and you got a little money, I had people coming to me. I was doing a little pimping with the strippers because they looked up to me. I'm giving them money. So they'll be like, man, look, I'll do this. And I'm like, they give me shoes and fees, envelopes of money. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm always in the strip club.
Yeah,
and I'm not giving my money. If I'm not like throwing my money, I ain't making it rain. I'm choosing on who I want to, bless, well, you ain't got to dance. You ain't got to dance. You know, it was a little psychology to it. You know what I'm saying? Because I know if I get it 2,500, you know, I'm gonna have you locked in. You know what I'm saying? But
2,500 going rate to lock them in mentally.
2,500, but because that's you ain't got to strip. You just get it for free.
Change your life.
You see what I'm saying? And you saying it's unlimited amount. You know what I'm saying of money. They don't really understand that I gotta go rob a bank to
Right.
unlimited.
So, to maintain this lifestyle, that means you're spending at a extraneous rate. So let me ask you, what were you purchasing? What was one of your most extravagant purchases, most expensive purchases back then?
I paid cash for a BMW, convertible BMW. Now, you know what? For clothing wise, the Versace boutique is high as hell in the Galleria. So, you know, if you go into Versace, you see they got comforters in there for 50,000. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, and then I'm looking at like, well, I can afford it. They had me on a list where they'll call me when some new shit come in. Yeah, so they'll call me and then I go in the back. They're like, hey, we got such and such and such. I'm like, yeah, let me get that. Let me get about 4 of them. You know what I'm saying? It's like, and then so when I go out to the club, I got my football, but celebrities, they know what I got on. You know, people from the hood don't know what's going on. And this 94, this before Pac was wearing Versace. You know what I'm saying? He didn't start wearing Versace till he got with Death Row. So this was before. I watched the Source Award when they had the thing up in New York. I watched it in Atlanta. I watched it on TV. So there wasn't nobody wearing Versace's for in the rap. You might have had somebody like AZ. AZ was real sharp. AZ was sharp. Nas might have, you know, sometimes you can see it, but for the most part, they was wearing what was that with the Tim's
Carcanine.
Carcanine. They had the Carcanine boots. They was wearing Carcanine, so that was kind of like some dusty shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, it was new, but when you put them beside Versace, like what you got on, bro? You know what I'm saying?
Not for real.
Yeah.
So you wasn't into no jewelry, nothing like that?
Jewelry, I really didn't fuck with a lot of jewelry because, and I still don't, because it draw the wrong attention. You know, to be robbed.
To be robbed.
To be robbed. So that's why I used to get the limos, because when I come in town, the limo driver gonna take you from the W to where you're going. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna get pulled over smoking weed, because if you do get pulled over, you ain't gonna get no charge because
it's limo,
it's a limo. But your chances of getting robbed is slim to none because you're in the limo. You know what I'm saying?
The limo driver wait for you?
Yeah, they're gonna wait for me.
Wait for you to.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, come on.
Yeah.
So let me ask. Excuse me. Let me ask it. In regards to just the heavy spending, you in Atlanta, did you ever get a chance to party or be around BMF?
Yeah, you got it. Okay, I'm glad you asked that question.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, because guess what? It was before BMF.
Ooh, yeah, okay, yeah. My time was a little off.
It was before BMF. So I was watching it when they was like when they came down for Jack the Rapper.
Yeah,
Jack the Rapper.
Yeah.
So I'm down there doing the Jack the Rapper, but they wasn't. They wasn't heavily organized by then. They just was trying to set up shop in the A.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? So it was kind of before them. You know, when I was in Atlanta, you would always see Eric Sherman. You see Eric Sherman, Too Short, Dion all the time. Dion was in the clubs. He had the drop top 6'4" with the Days twins. He had the twins, a black one. Then you had Andre Rison. They was flexing.
Oh yeah.
You know, so all them different people in the industry. Dallas Austin, the producer. Dallas Austin, Left Eye was always in the clubs, stuff like that.
For you to not be a celebrity yourself and you're around all these people, did you not ever want to, like they were just asking, get into music business, get into something else outside of hitting another?
Man, I'm telling you, listen, it's ignorance, right? Because I remember one time I wanted to open up a club. I had the money, I wanted to open a club. Anyway, I went to some brothers in the Nation of Islam, right? I say, man, I got about $60,000. I want to invest. So talking about, man, I'm gonna call up to New York and see if I get some Dooney and Burks. Some Dooney and Burks? Some purses? You know, I guess he was gonna call the garment district, get some stuff for cheap. You know, and that ain't the real deal. You know, I'm like, I'm trying to go to the black man. You know what I'm saying? And so you can help me invest the money. But I was like, you know what? Don't even worry about it, man. You know what I'm saying? I had man. Let me tell you this. When I was in the feds, we ain't got to that. But while I was in the feds, I wouldn't have got busted because they was getting ready to go to Guyana for Savior's Day, and I was like, I had hit a lick. And I'm like, man, this gonna stop me from robbing. So I'm gonna go over there and I'm gonna stay. You feel me? But I didn't go. I ended up buying a new car. I seen a car up on a ramp. Just materialistic, just messed up in the head, bro. You know, I seen some. I'm like, oh, I want that. We're going to Africa. You know what I'm saying? I ain't going to Africa.
You living like an outlaw. You living in the moment. Like
Yeah,
they're
man.
in the
I want that
They're
car. Hey, man,
retirement.
you know, it was crazy. And I used to always tell my friends, bro, like, man, I had a chance to go to Africa. If I'd have went to Africa, because I had the money. Like, man, you know how much, by me being over in Africa,
You'd have been
bro, the houses, I would have had a mansion with a wall around it for little or nothing.
So
with the
knowing
money
what
that I had.
knowing what you know now, what would you have done with it back in '94? What would you have done with
Went to Africa.
Yeah, went to Africa.
Went to Africa.
Okay.
Went to Africa.
Okay. Now that you've been, you kind of like, well, I should have laid my stake in this.
Man,
land
when I went to
ago.
Africa, Cape Town, I was on Table Mountain, and I'm looking over at Ruben's over at the jail with Nelson Mandela from the mountain,
Right.
and I'm thinking all this stuff is running back, like all this stuff we talking is running
always-
back. Like, man, you did all this, man, then you done made it at the top of the mountain. I'm in the clouds. I'm thinking that it's about to rain, and a woman say, baby, it ain't rain. We in the clouds. So when I go back down the mountain, I look up, we was in the clouds. It's so high.
Yeah.
We was like 37. I want to say we was like 37,000 feet high up on the mountain.
Other clouds then.
It was a feeling, you know. And then to see how back then that amount of money that I had, if I would have went to Africa,
You'd have been.
I'd have been set. It definitely wouldn't have been. It'd have been a whole nother level.
Laws. You'd have been changing.
It'd have been a whole nother level.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I'd already been. Got to realize I was already a Pan-Africanist. I was already, you know, with my doctrine. I just got caught up in materialism. I got caught up in materialism and just was doing and didn't have the education to invest my money to start a business.
Sometimes it's the lack of education, a lack of knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
So let's get to it. You did finally get caught.
Finally got caught. I was flexing in Houston, and I got arrogant because in Houston they have ghetto birds, which they have ghetto birds here as well. Yeah. But they did. I don't know if they do now. I don't think they still have ghetto birds.
Have we seen them? It's been a while, but yeah, they do.
Yeah, I know Houston have ghetto birds. They'll follow you all the way home. Like they just follow you all the way home. So I knew they was on to me, and I got to playing with them. You know what I'm saying? That was one of my biggest mistakes, because once I started playing with them, they was dedicated. They was dedicated to trying to get me. They gotta catch me, but they gotta catch me coming out the bank.
I said, we said playing with them. You mean like?
Well, I know they watching me. Right. They follow me, and I go and do a U-turn in the middle of the street and be right there in front of them. Oh. And they're in a tinted car. I can't see any inside of the car, and we in front of each other like, man, yeah, what's up? You know,
yeah, you flex.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you flex.
Yeah, I was. At this moment, I'm getting tired too, dog. I was getting tired.
Like you said, either you get jail or by bullet.
Tired. I'm tired of running. Just tired, bro. You get tired. I just got tired, bro. And then, you know, the illusions of the world was knowing that everybody around me fake. Everybody around me fake. They just around me because I got money. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, me, you know, to it's a blessing to be free and broke.
Right, free of that. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, you're not dead.
Genuine shit, right?
You're alive. You ain't in prison. You know what I'm saying? You basically, you know, having your way, but at the same time, you know, just having money will bring so much.
And at this time, you had a wife.
I had a wife.
Does your wife know you're robbing banks?
Yeah.
So is she not genuine, or is she not like? Are you looking at her kind of like?
Well, that you know what, she gonna watch this. But the thing about it is, I wasn't really looking for her validation. I should have been. You see what I'm saying? I wasn't looking for her validation. I'm looking for the world to validate me. You see what I'm saying? So, but she was while we were together, she was loyal to the T.
Oh man,
yeah, she was loyal to the T.
You need that. You need that loyalty, especially when you commit crimes.
Yeah, most definitely.
Did they ever try to question her upon?
Yeah, they did. They but we were married. So when you're married, you know they can't take a stand. They can't testify on you. You know.
So with that being said, you're playing with the laws. The ghetto birds are following you.
I go back to Shreveport. When I go back to Shreveport at this time, back then, I was kind of like a neighbor, kind of like a celebrity because of, you know, I'm a bank robber. You know, they like, man, that nigga robbing banks, man. This nigga robbing banks. And, you know, so I was down there at matter of fact, I was down at a Juneteenth event because I ended up getting busted here in Dallas. Now, people, I don't know the area. I don't know the area that I was in, but I was off Skillman and some.
Oh, that North Dallas.
No, yeah. So I hit. Let me tell you what happened, bro. Let me tell you
Let's
something.
go.
So it was raining, and whenever it rained, that's when I'm gonna hit it. I'm always hit the bank when it rains.
Someone else said that. Who else said that? Pimp and Ken came in.
Yeah,
and
I'm
said,
always hit it. I'm always hit the bank when it rains because it slows down their reaction. They can't come. Everybody's. Then you barely can't see. So I was like, I'm gonna hit this bank. It was raining, bro. I'm talking about cats and dogs. Ghetto bird can't even come out because it's just that bad of rain. And bro, once I got out the car to go in the bank, the sun just came out. And I should have went on. I should have fought on my first mind. My mind was like, "It ain't raining no more, dude. What you gonna do? I'm already there." So I just used the side of my hand to open a. They had a, what do you call it? They had to zip you in.
Oh yeah.
I'm not knowing Skillman it ain't the best place to be, but they had to buzz me in. So I don't use my hand. I don't got no gloves on because I'm moving step like on how I'm moving. So I use this part to open it. And I go in and do a whole takeover. I stay in there too long because the teller was trying to act like she didn't know how to open up the vault. So now I got her back there and I'm trying to convince her through threatening her that I'm gonna really hurt you. She ain't believe me. She ain't believe me, and you stuck. You know what I'm saying? Because now the gun ain't real. You know what I'm saying? And she like, I don't. Yeah, you do. Open this thing up. So I stayed in there too long. It was all messed up, bro. It was all messed up. So when I come out, I jump over a little wall. You know how skill. I don't know if y'all know the area, but I jump over a wall because my car is parked in it was suburbs back over there.
Yeah.
So I jump over the wall, huh? I can't think of it, but I know where it's at. Still to this day, if I know where it's at going down Skillman. But so I get in the car and ghetto birds come over a plaza because I'm trying to get on the interstate right there. Once I get on the interstate, it's a wrap because they don't know they had a monitor in the money. So, but once I got on the interstate, they don't know which way you're going. So you understand what I'm saying? I'm out of here. I ain't stopping. I ain't stopping. No pass go. Once you get to I probably won't stop till I got to Oklahoma some damn well. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
But so the helicopter was able to hover over my car before I get to the interstate. They blocked the interstate. They blocked me. So now I got to get out on foot.
Yeah.
Get out on foot, do a chase, a little small.
There's
chase.
no police chase yet though.
No, I just jumped out. I jumped out because now I'm hit. I'm gone.
You leave the money.
Yeah, I leave money. Yeah.
All right. So now you just foot. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. And next thing I know, I'm going to Loose. Is it Loose Derrick there?
Yeah, Loose Derrick is where they're gonna take you.
Yeah, but Loose Derrick. Then they once they realize that you're a federal inmate, they move you over to Seagoville.
Oh yeah.
In the holding facility over there in Seagoville.
Yeah.
And I go right in front of the DA that messed up that had our case again. And he like
the Fed that you got away from.
He was
the
like,
one that got away.
He gonna see this. He said, "Gotcha." And I was like, "You got me, bro."
Damn.
You got me. Yeah. He got me. And they kind of messed over me because, like I said, I didn't have a real gun, but they any little thing on the statues to give me some more time. Then they re-indicted me. They gave me 121 months. Then once I go to prison, they supersede me and come back and indict me for some more banks in damn Baytown. And
they already got you. Yeah, they already got you.
They already
Let's close some other cases.
Yeah. They instead of them, it was a lot to it. He was messed up on my part. He had me, bro.
He had you. Dead to rights.
Yeah, he had me. And guess what, bro? When I was in the jail, bro, I could do nothing but shake my head and smile, bro. Just think about all the good things, and then be like, you know what? Now you got a chance to start over and change your life, man. You finna go to the feds. You gotta go. This way it's gonna happen. And that's what I did. I ended up going to all the maximum securities, and you gotta realize that the people they had it against me. So they're not gonna send me to none of the sweet spots, Texarkana, Oakdale,
you're the example.
Fort Worth.
Yeah.
They ain't gonna send me to none of them. They're gonna send me where you gonna get killed at.
Yeah, you're the
you understand what I'm saying? And it was bad. But at the end of the day, bro, I ended up getting cancer while I was in prison. Ended up getting thyroid cancer, which is the doctor told. He called me in the office. He said, "Man, I got some good news and bad news." I'm out in Atwater, which is it was in California.
Yeah.
When he said, "Man, I got some good news and bad news." I was like, "Man, what's the good news?" He said, "You finna go to one of the best prisons in the BOP." And I say, I knew what that prison was because there's a lot of women COs, you know what I'm saying? And they going, you know what I'm saying? They get down. So so then I said, well, what's the bad news? He said, "You got cancer." So I had to go. I went to Butner, North Carolina. That's how I was able. That's where R. Kelly's at right now.
Oh wow.
It's a hospital. It's a research prison.
Wow.
So they doing research on the minds of sex offenders there. They're doing research on. They try to do some research on me when dealing with bank robbery.
Yeah.
So I'm asking them. I'm saying, man, why do I keep having to come see the psych? And they were like, man, I said, why am I keep coming? And the intern was like, you're charged, bank robbery.
Yeah.
I said, so I got a whole bunch of there's gang members in my unit. Y'all ain't fucking with them. Well, we want to know why you going to white people bank.
Yeah.
We want to know why would you go? Why? This is what they say. Why would you rob a bank? They don't say why would you sell crack. They don't say why would you steal a car. They don't say why would you cash checks.
What's coming
You know
next?
what I'm saying? They want to know why. What made you? And my answer was then and still now. It's easy to go where the money is at. Didn't have to hustle for the money.
Yeah.
Why would I be out in the cold? I gotta trust everybody who's coming to me because I'm hand to hand. I don't know what the plug gonna do. The plug can get caught and he can tell on the lower people. It's happened.
Yeah.
It happens all the time. It's just like they were trying to get in my head to try to figure out, like, black men don't rob banks either. That's another thing.
Yeah.
They just don't do it. You know what I'm saying?
I remember Terrence Williams. He's a recurring guest on our show. He said, I didn't like selling drugs. I like to wait while you sell drugs all day and get all your money, and I come take it from you.
And that's how. And in the '90s, the game changed, and everybody became jackers. Everybody became jackers. It was a lazy. It's a lazy hustle.
Do you think you would have been a good jacker?
I would have been a great jacker. I would have been a great jacker. But the thing about that is, jacking it comes with a consequence. Most of your jackers end up dying the worst way, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like the jackers end up dying the worst way. They die bad, terrible deaths. You know what I'm saying?
That means you understand the psychology of the normal American, to where a bank robbery seems like the easiest way to go based on the psychology of what a person working a 9-to-5 at a bank is. Like, I can get in here. These folks ain't heroes. You kind of got the psychology of it down. Did the people who were asking you about why you were doing it, did they understand? They finally got, okay, we get why you did it. Like, are they still seeking answers?
They still was. They were pressing me, bro. They were pressing me. And the intern, she was a student at Duke University, and they was pressing me because they want to know, like, man, what's really going on in your head? You know what I'm saying? I couldn't go off into, oh yeah, well, I started doing this with Black Liberation Army. Nah, because I started doing it on my own.
Right.
And they know that I'm doing. And they know I'm messing over money. You know what I'm saying? They know I'm just doing it just for the high of doing it. You know what I'm saying?
What ended up happening with the cancer?
Oh, I ended up getting the best treatment that the federal government could give somebody. Right. Because if I would have been in the state, I'd have died. I mean, they just ain't paying money to help. Am I right? They're not paying money to save your life. You're just gonna ride. But in the feds, they're gonna send you to the best places where the governors and all these different people, they're gonna send them to the best cancer. And I got the best treatment.
I was wondering, why do they? Like, you're a criminal. Like is there an obligation to save?
I don't know. I don't know what that's about. I just know that first of all, being in the feds, you just gonna get the best treatment.
Yeah.
You're gonna get the best treatment that money can buy. They flew me in a little jet, wood grained up. I mean,
Learjet?
Yeah, they flew me in a wood from Atwater to North Carolina and they was like, man, you know how much this costs? That's what the U.S. Marshal, he told me in the jet. He was like, you know how much this costs? I'm like, nah, man. So let me get some of them Pringles. Let me get some of the Pringles, man. Right. See, man, it's weird wood grain, man. Like, damn, I ain't never been no little jet. You know what I'm saying? And then he was like, he showed it to me. It was like $60,000.
Somebody's whole year of working.
Yeah, I went there. It was the best. Hey, my time changed, bro. It was sweet.
Were the CEOs as CEOing as you expected?
There's nothing but, I mean, like you dealing with a lot of interns. It was sweet, man. It was sweet. Where R. Kelly at right now, it's sweet.
Okay, thank you, because some people probably worried about him. Make sure she's all right.
That's sweet. I mean, you would think but some people would say, oh man, hope he right in jail, man.
He's singing somebody's panties over.
Nah, he's straight. That's the best place to do 30 years. How much time he got?
He got about 30
years if he gonna do it all, which I don't think he's gonna do it all. But if you gonna go to prison, that's the place you want to go.
There you go. For you, this is 15 years you did.
Mm-hmm.
How was that for you? And were you said you were sentenced? What was your sentence?
Well, I got 121 months, and then they re-indicted me. They brought me back and started. They usually don't do that.
Yeah.
And the feds, that's kind of unheard of, unless they mad at you.
Yeah.
And this DA that got us, that got him, and then eventually got me.
That's somewhere in Dallas. This DA somewhere in Dallas.
Yeah, he's retired. He actually, he'll tell you about. He actually helped him at the end.
Oh, okay.
Just recently to get him out, let him out because he had 35 years, 39.
Okay, yeah,
So
cool.
he went through it. But what's the next question though?
Yeah, no. So with that being said, for the time that you had, did you expect to see the light of day? Because they gave you how many years?
188 months.
Okay, so all right, so you're gonna get out. You were gonna get out. For that being said, how was serving that time? And as far as just like in Angola,
it was worse than Angola. The maximum security federal prison. Again, we finna go to illusions. We finna go to being in California, where the Mexican mafia run the penal system. Not no Crips, not no Bloods. Not they run it. The Mexican mafia run it. And the Mexican gangs run it. Then they got the most dangerous white gangs, which are the ABs, killing machines. And we move different. We fight, we case the fade, we stab. You're gonna get some surface wounds, little stabbings, whatever. They when they hit you in pressure points. They like the militias. They study pressure points. They know where to hit you and take your life.
the Aryan Brotherhood.
The Aryan Brotherhood, ABs.
How many run-ins did you have with either Mexican Mafia, the ABs?
I didn't have a run in.
Okay, so you were good on.
Let's see, because I hung out with the crew that I hung out with was the Black Gorilla family.
So the Black Gorilla family. It's funny because there are for those who've never been to prison before, Fed or penitentiary, you technically have to get in with some type of group.
Yeah, you gotta you in maximum security. You can't be solo dolo.
Okay.
You didn't follow with Christian. You got to follow with some.
And the Christians kind of gangster in the because they reformed the gang members. That's that's into
But they have their own coalition.
Yeah, they got their own seats.
Everybody got a group in prison. Some guy that you fit in with.
Even the pedos. Yeah, you can't be solo. You can't ride it through solo.
And if you do try it, they're gonna walk over you because you're open prey.
I see.
You know what I'm saying?
So word gets around that this man ain't affiliated to nobody.
Yeah,
He's with no one. He ain't claim nobody.
Where you gonna sit at? In the kitchen.
Yeah, this is great.
You see what I'm saying? Because you might have homies that's Bloods or Damus. You know what I'm saying? But you can't sit with them because you ain't part of them.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Damn. Can't you sit with the homies?
So then while I was in the feds, they started a group called the Dirty South. So the Dirty South car are people who are from the South. So that way, if you're from Dallas and you're not in a gang, you won't get preyed upon.
First of all, it's a great interview, and you being so truthful. Like things you said about the rain, most people don't know, but I seen jobs get pushed up because the storm was coming. And initially it's because the cops don't want to get out of their car to chase you.
True.
And a downpour. And your story's funny because you said when you got there, the sun came out.
Exactly, which made it easier for the ghetto bird to get me.
Yeah.
All I had to do was turn around.
And also a lot of things that people don't realize that they never went away. Like, the Mexican mafia gang, they run the prison. There's no doubt it isn't Crips, it isn't Bloods, it isn't Italian. Like me, I was lost when I went in, but I was told, go to the yard and go sit with your people. And that's what you're trained to do.
It's tribalism to the fullest in federal prison.
And something else, when you're robbing banks, I was surprised that you said, you went to the licks and you went to fast food places, because then you're back to, not really getting to big money, but I understand you take like what can be taken. That was like the street rule. But what you said about Fed time, if they get mad at you, they just make the counts go up.
Yeah,
you got 108 counts, so what? You get 3 years for each count. You get 300 years. You're not going to get 300. When they give you 120 months, you have to do 85% of that.
Yeah, that DA, he wanted to give me more time he wanted to give me more than he was able to give me.
So how did you said you was with the Black Gorilla family?
Yeah.
How did that happen? Like,
well, the Black Gorilla family, because remember I was in Angola, right?
Right.
So they're off-brand of the Black Panther Party.
okay.
You know what I'm saying? In prison, they're the vanguard. When there's a racial situation in the prison, they're gonna be the first that's gonna be out there that's gonna push the line.
So
if you go to a federal penitentiary and you're a black man, is there a good chance you could get with the Black Gorilla family, or is that not a thing? Like, you can't just get in that.
Nah.
Okay.
Nah, it's different.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
It's
right. So the 15 years that you served, how was that time for you? Did you get more education? Did you?
I did, man. I traveled. Of course, I traveled all over the United States, going from prison to prison because of, demonstrations, stuff that we had to do, riots, race riots. Just
You involved in any race riots?
all the time.
How
Because
did those play out? Like, how did those start? How did they end?
start over something silly. They always start over something.
Commissary.
It just could be. It's two people. Somebody's being disrespectful. Like,
So
this
respect is like just shit.
Respect is going to keep you alive in federal prison, but you're always going to have somebody that's going to be disrespectful. You got somebody who, hey, put it like this, bro. They got dudes that's never going to come home and looking for a way out.
What was
you ever heard of somebody that's looking for somebody to kill them?
Oh yeah.
And they just go so hard. They just push the line because it's like they ain't gonna stop till somebody kill them. And it's working for them because ain't nobody killed them yet. And everybody is respecting them or afraid of them because they just going super, super hard. The dudes, one of the most respected cars in the federal prison is the DC Blacks. The DC Blacks, they're one of the only places that they stick together.
Okay. What's the DC Blacks, if you don't mind?
DC Black, the people from DC, they don't have state cases. All the cases are in feds. So when they come, they can come from burglary. So they deep.
Yeah.
Like there might be 700 DC dudes on a compound, and it might be 20 dudes from Dallas.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
yeah,
they deep and they gonna put in work. They well respected. They went, and the thing about it is they went to war with the ABs. They got a history that's crazy as far as the wars, and like I said, the ABs are natural born killers. You see what I'm saying? Now the all the other gangs are not trying to go to war with Mexican Mafia, the ABs. They barely trying to go to war with the Serengos or them. You understand what I'm saying?
Can I ask you, as far as you speak on riots and of course, uprisings and things of that nature, what's the worst situation you've seen as far as in your time, like where this shit might hit the news? Like, fuck.
Man, I was in Beaumont, USP Beaumont, bro. They call it Bloody Beaumont. They used to call it Bloody Beaumont. And every time a bus came, every time somebody got cut off the bus, somebody got airlifted out of there. They stabbed them. It was so messed up to whereas all the crews were betting on who could get the most stabbings. It was. Hey, bro. But now you dealing with dudes that never gonna come home. You dealing with dudes that didn't tell, and they got 2, 3, 4, 5 life sentences, and everybody basically, like I just said, the only way you're gonna get out of there is through death.
So I was watching this kind of doc series where they was explaining like the mindset of different inmates as far as the groups, like the gangs. And they said if a Mexican or a white man disrespects a black man or somebody in a black group, and the black people are looking for some type of consequence, they like, nah, and they'll go to war, they'll stand on whatever he did. But in black gangs, like if you disrespect somebody from another gang, the people inside of the black organization get on their ass. Like they wouldn't let that disrespect pass because you're basically causing aggression with another gang. Is that how that works?
Well, I'm kind of confused in the question. Just put it like this: if you beefing with the ABs, somebody gonna die.
Right.
If the Bloods and Crips beefing, it could be Houston and Dallas. It's just a fight.
Right.
Nobody want to kill nobody.
Right.
I'm gonna pull the knife out. We're gonna be going like this here. You know what I'm saying? Until they shoot out the tower. ABs are killers, man. Just Mexican Mafia, they're killing machines.
Yeah.
When I say killing machine, when they pull the knife out, somebody's dying. Decapitating, just the worst of the worst, bro. I promise.
Yeah. I've heard stories of where particularly like even after they start shooting, like once you get on the ground, they'll continue to stab.
They go hard.
You heard or seen it of a?
They had a decapitation in Beaumont. You got to realize that because I'm in a cell by myself, and I've been in a cell by myself about 2-3 years. You just come out the bus. I said, "Where you from?" You say, "Oh, I'm from Dallas." I'm like, bro, go talk to your homeboys because you can't come in the cell with me. And you can still come in the cell because you want to be a stand-up dude. You don't want to get ran off. So you go in the cell. and not realizing that this dude for to kill you. He done been through ADX, which is the underground prison in Colorado. They've killed, and several people in the feds have killed. They got about 3-4 bodies just in the feds. The feds ain't no joke, bro. Then not to mention if they dealing with paperwork. You know, when you go to maximum security, they have paperwork parties, PSIs, or what you in, and they want to see what you.
Yeah, what's your history?
Your history. You know what's going on with the case, what happened with the case, and they find shit fucked up with your case. You're dying. You're dying.
Damn.
You see what I'm saying?
So, Baba, let me ask you, did you ever find love in prison?
Love how?
With a CEO, got into it with, CEO. She's like, hey, I don't like my husband. And she just kind of.
Absolutely.
Can you tell us? I mean, you don't got to say a name or nothing, but just definitely tell us how that transpired, if you don't mind.
Yeah. So, man, I got
reminiscing.
Bro, I got a million stories of dealing with that, bro. I got a million stories. First of all, I'm gonna say this. I've never been able to understand why women want to work in a men's prison, but they want to work in a men's prison. They say that it stinks, that the women are nasty. But if you work in a men's prison, you gonna see some meat. You gonna see some meat. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of those women, they just regular, smugglers. They just regular, you know what I'm saying? And they be trying to go. They, you know what I'm saying? They just trying to go, bro.
You think some of them do find a job in a men's prison just because they know, like, what's the? I
think they have these secret fetishes, of being in the prison. They're gonna come in, and it's always the CEO who go hard, like she mean, right? It's always the mean one that she got walked off, like, what? Her name, Miss Williams? What? They called it in my closet? You know what I'm saying? It's always, bro, women is so another level. It is different ways to get them. You know what I'm saying? I used to have, bro.
Tell us, for those who sit at home or maybe sit or in prison, what are the ways of the force, young Padawan?
It's just so many different ways, man. I had a female in North Carolina. She was she worked in the lab. She worked in the lab, right? Man, you gotta be telling on myself, man. She worked in the lab, man. So I used to throw my sweatpants on, I don't have no underwear, you know what I'm saying? And go up in there, and be, I'm going up and out. So, and she's always turning back to me. You know what I'm saying? I done pulled out on her, and she turned around, and she's like, man, what you doing? I'm like, man, come on, man. I'm she looking, she like, hurry up, you hurry for somebody to come. You know what I'm saying? It's just a lot of mind games, man, dealing with them women in prison, bro. And they about that life, man. You heard about that life? You know they about that life. They about that life.
So is a 10 in the prison system still a 10 on the outside?
Say it again.
Like if she's a 10, if she bad in the prison system, is she still that bad? Like if you're in the regular survey, you see her on the street, like, is that what somebody?
Nah.
It's a 6 or 10 in prison.
Nah, she might be a 3. She might be a 3, but to us, she a 10 though. You know what I'm saying? Like we ain't
dragging that wagon.
You ain't turning your collar down. You know what I'm saying? Like she might be a 2.
So,
but that's the point though. That's the whole point about that is because she in there, she's a 10. She come to work.
Yeah.
She a 10.
She a 10.
She really a 2 on the. She a 0.
0, nigga.
She might be a 0.
Turn into a hero.
You know what I'm saying? But when she come up in there, bro, you want to get killed, being in somebody's business, you know what I'm saying, with her.
Have you ever had a husband or a boyfriend like hear about the barbershop? Like,
say it again.
Have you had a husband or boyfriend hear about you? Like, dude.
Oh, from the CO?
Yeah. Like,
nah.
Okay, so they kept it solid all the way through.
Them women, it's like they ain't married. I mean, I just said she a 0. Don't nobody want on the street, but in the joint, she gonna get licked from the rooter to the tutu. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I said she might. Man, I'm telling you, she might look bad. I'm talking about the bottom of the shoe type bad.
Oh man!
But they hang. It's a whole different.
That is a woman.
Yeah, it's a woman.
Yeah,
it's
bring on through.
It's a woman. But now they got some bad ones in there though, too though.
No, without question.
Yeah, they got some bad ones in there. They. I'm talking about nice. I'm talking about Instagram like. You know what I'm saying? They're getting in jobs like that, driving trucks. And you see the women that's driving trucks now?
Come on now. Yeah, bad ones. Bad ones.
The CDL. Yeah, bro. The same way with prison, man. They masculine too. They real dominant and masculine.
Oh yeah, now without question. Did you ever fall for one? Like you like, man, I'm really caught up on this one.
Nah.
Okay, just making sure. All right, just making sure. All right. Well, with that being said, as you're coming out, again, the time you're spending, you know what it's about to be What is your trajectory as you're coming out? You're serving this time, you're doing, what is considered a hard time. You either seen the most, and you're repenting for whatever sins that America says you committed. And mind you, no one ever got harmed.
Nobody got it.
No one's ever been.
Not even pushed down.
Not even pushed down.
Not even shoved.
Not even a nick on the knee or the elbow.
And half of the time, like in my case, even in our case, all the people, they didn't identify any of us.
So therefore, you don't even remember it, because some people do traumatize based on the face. Oh, his face.
Man,
I keep seeing his face.
People. I mean, now, if you go in and you traumatize them, that's a whole nother story. So if you're going in and pistol whip somebody, if a woman's pregnant and but if you're going in a nice guy, we were nice guys. Well, we ain't gonna say we was nice guys. I learned to be a nice guy. It could have been worse. I'm gonna tell you. Let me show. I'm gonna show something. There. I used to give me a lab jacket and get scrubs. I give me a tennis visor, because I got these scars. So I used to always wear my head low. And I would go in, I would wear my Air Maxes, like I work at a hospital. So now when I sit down with you, you drop your guard. I just want you to, we're gonna tell jokes. I got my money, I'm gonna open up, get some CDs, about to, you know what I'm saying? So once you drop your guard, then I tell you, look, I don't wanna hurt you. I ain't here for you. I'm here for that. It's insured by FDIC. I need to get in and get out. You ready? You ready? Yeah, I'm saying, you ready? Okay, let's go. I did the money. So then they're thinking, well, he got somebody working here. I said, yeah, take me through the lounge to the vault. And we go back there, the people eating burgers and shit, they don't even know. Because guess what? I don't have no mask on. I ain't coming through on no Bogart shit. I look like I work at a hospital.
You're almost coming in on business.
It's always, those are the people who, you'd be surprised, those are the people get away with crimes, bro.
Yeah, it's like,
you know what I'm saying? When you got to be in a high speed chase, bro, you know how many people that want to be heroes, they will follow you, man. I don't get it. I don't know why they do it, but they will follow you. They will follow you. They will do everything to help these people, man. They don't have nothing to do with the shit.
I personally seen a high speed chase and I jumped in that myself. I just want to see it through. I was like, let me just, I ain't been in it.
Yeah.
I just want to see it through.
Yeah.
So I can totally understand, like, don't bring so much attention. Like, nah, just really.
Man, you want to get in and get out. Smooth, it's smooth. It's a smooth lick, man.
Man.
Get in, get out, man. See, but like I said, when we started at first, it was, go hard. Yeah. Then I started thinking, I'm like, hold on, I don't want to do that no more. Then after that trial, I learned the laws. I learned no guns.
Yeah.
I learned different shit just from being in the trial, the one that he freed me in.
Yeah.
So now I'm able to go out here and go solo dolo. I don't want no co-defendants. Because you see what a co-defendant do for you.
Yes. Yeah.
They brought me in and they ain't had nothing to do with.
Yeah, bring them on in. So let me ask, when it comes to coming out of your 15-year sentence after the feds, what was your plan? Because again, Angola, you plan like, I'm gonna get out of our bank. That I'm getting out and getting back to it.
Man, when I got ready to come home, I was out in Hutchinson.
Wilma Hutchinson.
It's a halfway house out there. I was supposed to be there 6 months. They put me out in 2 months. A month. They put me out in 2 months because they was trying to see if I was gonna go rob another bank. Yeah. But when I got out, man, I got a gift for gab, bro.
Oh, wait, they put you out to bait you?
They put me out to test me.
Oh, shit.
They put the woman, she was a case manager. She cried. She said, "I've never seen nothing like this, baby." She said, "Look, here's a card. I said, where am I gonna go? I said, I ain't from Texas. I'm not from Dallas. Where am I gonna go? She was like, I don't know. She said, Salvation Army. She's like, but you got all them clothes? Because when I got to the halfway house, I started going shopping. Started going shopping. She was like, you can't take them clothes to Salvation Army. So there was a dude that was in the unit from Dallas. He said, man, you ain't got no family here? I was like, nah, bro. He said, you got some money? You got a little money saved? I said, yeah. He said, man, I'm gonna call my sister. I'm gonna call my sister, come get you, bro. He throw a little something. You know what I'm saying? She stayed in I want to say jumping heels or singing heels or something.
Yeah, singing heels. Jumping heels. I like that. Singing heels, yeah.
She stayed in singing heels, man. She took me back to a nice big old crib. Oh man, she treated me good, bro.
She might have saved your whole situation.
Man, did she?
Man.
She saved my situation. Then she turned me on to she was a swinger.
Oh, the swinger lifestyle.
So she able to come home and indulge and.
Yeah, it's a little easier to get to the. You don't got to do too much to get to the shit.
Oh, bro. That. And then I got a job working at Clay Cooley on 35 right there. Shout
out Clay Cooley. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, I got a job.
You in the area?
They hire anybody. You feel me? So I got a job there, man, selling cars. It was fun as hell. Selling cars, man. And then I got on this dating site called Plenty of Fish.
Oh, POF.
And I got on POF, bro. I ain't looked back, bro.
Yeah, so life got easier. Technology done caught up.
Every woman I met made about $170,000 a year on POF. Just off, because you say what you say.
Talk to him.
People gonna see this, but you say what you know you looking for, you know, and how much you make. Yeah, I make 200. So all the women that got jobs like that, that's how you gonna meet them, man. It was my transition was sweet. I lived in Addison.
Oh yeah.
I lived in Addison.
Come on now.
I got an apartment in Addison, straight out of there. My probation officer, he gonna see this. Somebody gonna send this to him. He told me, he said, man, I've never met nobody like you in my life.
Wow.
He said, man, he said, we had bets at the probation place that you was gonna go back to prison.
Oh wow.
But I'm like, you know, when I was in prison, I did prison shit. You know, I started child molesters, I did all that shit. But when I got out of prison, I already knew what I wanted to do, bro. I knew I was gonna go clean. Yeah, because when I was in prison, man, I was like, man, ain't nothing but losers up in this motherfucker, man. Yeah. I just gotta get back out there where the women at, man. If I can just get where the women at, I would be good, bro. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. I gotta give a gab, man. I'm going, you know, I was about 180 pounds. You know, I had about 10% body fat from working out doing burpees. I worked, my workout partner was a boxer. So we worked out all day, every day. You know, I had cancer. Yeah. So, you know, man, I just wanted to get out, be able to know that I was gonna live to see my freedom.
There you go.
You see what I'm saying? So I ate healthy, you know, and when I came home, man, life was so sweet, bro. And I was telling him, man, I was just grateful, bro, that and people would call me from prison. They were like, man, how are you able to do such and such and such? I said, man, I'll give you a blueprint. I'll give you a blueprint on how to stay out.
Would you say Dallas has like an eclectic swingers lifestyle?
Definitely. Definitely. I came home, bro, and the woman, listen, I had a girlfriend, bro. She took me to it wasn't Colette's then, it was Iniquity. Iniquity over there by the old Beamers.
Yeah, heard that. Yeah, definitely.
And she didn't tell me what to expect. And because I wasn't used to, it's a hell of a, you gotta be able to, you gotta have a certain type of heart to be able to swallow that. Because especially if this your girl and you sharing your girl, you know what I'm saying? So if it's a couple, you know what I'm saying? You got a girl, you come with your girl, I come with my girl, you know, we talking, we drinking, and you know, you take my girl, you take your girl. You know what I'm saying? And we finna have fun. But she didn't tell me what was going on, right? So man, I sit there, bro. That's a whole nother story. But
let's take it there real quick.
Bruh, she probably gonna see this too.
Everybody gonna see this motherfucker.
Hey, look, bro. So she don't tell me what's going on. She holding my hand and she gives somebody some head. Now, first of all, you're supposed to be my girl. I done met you, met on POF. But I'm saying to myself, man, keep your composure. I'm mad as a mother. I'm like, this dirty bitch. You know what I'm saying? You heard me? Hey, bro, that was crazy shit, bro. Like, you really just brought me here, you suddenly, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, but hold on. So my mind was so fucked up and mad. I'm mad, but I don't want to. I'm gonna keep it player though. Because if this was going on, okay, because I'm gonna be able to get me. You understand what I'm saying? And we went back to my house, man. And I went in there. I ain't do nothing. I went, jumped up in the shower, bro. I done gobbled some peroxide. I've been kissing the broad, man. Oh, yeah. You feel me? I mean, like, she was my girl, but she gonna tell me, we at the crib, she said, man, you know, what's on your sexual fantasy? She trying to feel me out. She grooming me, what they call it. Yeah. She grooming me, bro. So she talking about, I was like, man, I basically, you know, shit, I did it all, baby. You know, I ain't, you know, every position. You know how you capping. Yeah. She was like, well, you what about swinging? I said, the dance? What, swinging? What you talking about? I had no idea what was going on, bro. But man, after that day, bro, I became I was a well-known swinger here in the city. Everybody know me, man. Like I came straight out the feds, jumped right in it, and it was just wonderful.
So you was apprehensive about that lifestyle, but once she opened you up to it.
Yeah, because it's like this. I ain't got to lie to you. No deception. Everything is transparent. Everything is transparent. We going, and everything was lovely, bro.
The freedom of that.
Freedom of no drama, on probation, no broad, key in my car, no nothing. Because when you go to a swing, we all here for a reason.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And it is what it is, bro.
Would you tell other inmates who have gotten out and trying to transition to find a woman to possibly maybe get into that lifestyle to come to Dallas?
He laughed. He laughed because I try to tell him about it, right? I try to tell him. I said, man, I don't think he really get it. A lot of times, like, people don't really understand it. You know what I'm saying? They we so ignorant. You think swinging, they might think some gay shit going on. You know what I'm saying? Because you think that you swing both ways. Nah, it ain't got nothing to do with that. You know, it's with your partners. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, they just, but everybody don't have the stomach for the lifestyle, bro. Because especially if you cuffing your woman.
Yes.
You understand what I'm saying? And I'm like, man, I just don't believe in. I want a woman to be herself. If you the average woman, you let them be themselves, they get a little loose. Because that's, but they're not gonna do that if you're gonna judge them.
Correct.
You dirty this, you dirty that, you woo woo. You're gonna talk about them when you get mad. No, you just gotta let them be who they are.
Are you still with the woman that?
Oh no.
Okay. She's still who she is, and you over here doing.
Nah, I ain't like the way she did that, man.
Yeah, it's kind of wild the way she brought you in there.
With her after that, man. But I went back though.
Yeah.
I went back, because I met some more females, and man, it was my transition was beautiful, bro.
There you go, man.
My transition is a lot different, than most people, for struggling as far as trying to find a job or trying to make ends meet. Prison. My mantra was prison is not an option.
Yeah.
It ain't an option. It's just not an option. It ain't. I ain't for them. I used to say, man, if I could get away with something, if it's a 99% chance that I can get away, I might think about it. But prison ain't an option. That 1% is just I can't do it. Then I'm old now. I'm old. The fight gonna be. I'm 3 minutes. I might just be 3 minutes in the mix, man. Now I'm gonna just hold you because I'm big. I ain't got time for that. Scrapping. You go to jail. You gotta be healthy. You gotta be healthy to scrap because there's gonna be some scrapping going on, man.
Lastly, is there anybody that is still in prison or might still be there now that you just check in on, or you just concerned about, like somebody that you might have met, like? Damn, man, I'm out and I'm free, but
I got a lot of friends that's in prison, bro. I let them call me. Yeah. One of my best friends I grew up with, his name Anthony Boat. He's in Angola. Been in Angola almost 30 years. I got a lot of friends from DC, from all over, man. LA is in prison, bro.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? I try to do what I can. You know what I'm saying? Most of the time, most dudes in prison, they just want you to hook them up with a broad.
Oh.
Yeah, they want you to hook them up with a female. They need somebody to help them do the time, bro.
Oh,
you talk to them on the phone.
So they don't want men writing them. They would rather say, have somebody else writing, bro. Like,
yeah, they need pictures for females. They want to get a visit. You know what I'm saying? And I came across a lot of women. So I was like, I always tell them, man, shit, y'all tell me ain't no men out here. Shit, they all in jail. I can hook you up with somebody. You know what I'm saying? Y'all in good shape.
Talk to him.
Possibly he might come home, he might not come home. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right. Oh.
You know where he ain't gonna cheat on you. You know what I'm saying? Shit.
So the barbershop. Let's do it like this, man. Again, we're not promoting the life you live, but this has been a great conversation as far as in the life you lived, and you are wanting your story, because we're just scratching technically the surface. We're surface level.
Oh, most definitely. Most definitely.
You want your story to be technically told in other mediums and things of that nature. Where would you like to see a story go next?
I want to go straight to. I have a friend here in Dallas. She does movies. She does Tubi movies. I'm trying to go, even with his story, we're trying to go straight to the movies, man. Yeah. And she's talking a trilogy. We were looking for people to help us do some writing for as our books are concerned, for as the book is concerned, because I just got a hell of a story, bro. Just,
man,
bro,
listen, everything that you open, it's like there's layers into each one. I'm like, oh God.
Man, I mean, and then, like I said, bro, me going to Africa, that was a epic triumph event in my life.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? To just get centered in, what's going on.
Came up with the garment a little bit, man.
Oh, man, it's me all the time. Yeah, man. I'm really shocker, man.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
So for again, we're not glorifying none of that. So let me just ask, what advice would you give to young kids out there who are looking to try to come up the easy way in life?
Well, life is about choices. Let's start there. And you have to make a conscious decision in anything that you're doing. But whatever you do and you choose to do, there's consequences on what you do. We have to make the right choices. We got to be able to challenge our thinking. We got to be respectful. You get a long way just being respectful, man. You will practically not even have no enemies by being respectful.
Correct.
But once you cross that line, like some people, they have some bloggers and they think that that's the way to go, but it's a terrible debt coming behind being disrespectful and disrespecting people's families, stuff like that. I believe that.
There you go.
You know what I'm saying? But yeah, definitely money. I used to hear people say that like Michael Jackson, these people wasn't happy, bro. And I actually lived to see that money didn't make me happy.
Yeah, you didn't have a lot of it at one time.
Yeah, money didn't make me happy, bro. And I ain't got a lot of money now, but I ain't want for nothing, bro.
Yeah, but to say that you were at the top and you were in these strip clubs or buying the bars at these clubs with these celebrities and had no friends.
No friends.
To have
Everybody
nobody
fake.
to check on you.
Everybody fake around you.
That's
Every bad woman that pulled up on me, it was all about money.
Damn.
It was all about money. It was, and I mean, but I knew it, but I'm like, then because when you go to jail, everybody disappears.
Yes.
So you solo dolo, just you and your mom. Because mom gonna always be there
Mom
if you have one.
Yeah, you're right. If you have a mom, will always be there.
Mom gonna always be there, man.
All right, man. For those, again, epic story. Again, we're scratching the surface, so I don't know how we want to break this down in layers. But even with Vernon coming to sit down, for those that do want to, follow you, see what you have going on next. Again, to go through the trials and tribulations with you. How can they get at you? Where can they find you? Where can they peep more of this story, or even ask you questions, maybe to kind of go from there?
Well, I mean, I have a Facebook, which is Baba Shaka. I'm on Facebook, Instagram. I have Shaka's Pandora World, the world of Shaka. I have 2 Instagrams. They can reach out to you and you can turn them on. You can turn them, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, we're looking for writers right now to help us with our story, and we're definitely trying to do that.
Oh, yeah. If someone don't reach out after this, I mean, this is what Hollywood is made of right here. This right here, again, I talk Reservoir Dogs and these other, the Great Train Robbery and all these other things. What your story is on a black level, or an African American level, Pan African level, it's so many layers to it that, man, it has to be televised. With that being said, a lot of people got you to this moment in your life. Would you like to give a shout out to anybody that got you here in regards?
Well, there would be a lot of people. That would be a lot of people, but my mom, man, she was a go hard. She went hard with me as far as to support me, man. That's one of the people, man. You know what I'm saying? I have 3 daughters. I just don't want to because if I name another person, then I got to name another person.
Yeah, you got to go down there.
But I mean, the people know who they are. I'm grateful, bro. I'm grateful and thankful. How I move. You know what I'm saying? I'm thankful for all the people that's helped me, bro, and got me this far, bro. One thing he said that it probably kind of sound a little crazy, but if I wouldn't have went through what I went through, I wouldn't be the person that I am today, bro.
That is real.
And everybody has room for redemption.
That is correct.
Even Diddy.
Even Diddy has room. Even Diddy has room.
Everybody got room for everybody can change, bro.
You think Diddy could survive? You think he needs to be where R. Kelly is, or like Angola? Like
he gonna have to go where R. Kelly is.
Okay,
yeah. He gonna have to go where R. Kelly.
Anything worse, probably fuck him up.
Huh?
I said anything worse will probably. There's a certain level for like the bill.
Hey, bro, pressure bust a pipe, man. You never know, that man might commit suicide. You taking a person who, man, was a billionaire, bro, a billionaire, and to know that they got to go to prison.
Epstein. He said hell no.
Same thing. R. Kelly was kind of, they started taking stuff away from him before. They was kind of breaking it.
Yeah, he slowly got into like, damn, I ain't got no money.
Yeah, but then to come from where he come from, you're dealing with Puffy, man, been a spoon fed. He went to Howard. Yeah. He was a preppy. He you know what I'm saying? We put him in jail.
Oh man.
Man, you know what I'm saying?
There you go.
But I like how what my boy name?
Was it Charleston White?
Charleston.
Yeah.
His breakdown on that. I like how you break that down, because one thing I always say about that, bro, you'd be surprised. People say that, oh man, he sold his soul. And we be thinking like, oh, he really, really sold his soul to like this ghost. Yeah. Nah, they just doing the damnest things, man, to get signed.
Yes.
Like, who fault is that?
It's your own.
You see what I'm saying? So if you're willing to get on your knees and do some strange for some change, you gonna put it on the person that you did this. It was you
that made
did
you do it. Yeah.
Yeah, you did it.
Yeah. Fuck a goat.
And we live in a money grab time, bro. Which is basically everybody's out. You don't have to sell drugs. You ain't got to date a drug dealer. All you gotta do is say something. All you gotta do is say something, and it's a wrap.
Man,
if they get Diddy, I think that they're gonna get Jay-Z. You get Jay-Z, you see, your boy went to with the Valley.
Yeah, Russell Simmons. Yeah, he out of there.
He out of here. Like, man, I don't even want y'all thinking about me. I'm gonna just get out the way.
Yeah.
If they think they're the same thing they're doing to Diddy, they can do it to Jay-Z.
So what do you say about celebrities, or even men, women, and humans in general living in their truth, like living in the truth that you, whatever you are, living that
It's
shit?
powerful.
Okay.
It's powerful. I have so much respect for him for being transparent.
Yeah.
Because this some of the stuff he told me, nobody would ever say it, bro.
Yeah.
That is unbelievable.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying? So it's like I just think since I've been out of prison, bro, that's one of the main things I stand on is being transparent. You ain't gotta lie. You gonna win just by saying what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Facts. Oh man. Now we live in a eye-opening, a truth environment to where the truth is now, it seems to be welcome versus shunned upon. So no, thank you for coming and tell yours. We definitely appreciate it. And hell, again, your story's so in depth that I feel like this could be an ongoing series. But with that being said, I definitely appreciate you coming through, sitting on the couch. And we got to say it, man, the Baba Shaka, you are a real life street star.
Trying to get it right. Transition. Changing the way that I see life. Transition mind. I'm on a mission. Trying to get it right. I'm transitioning my life.